in with too long. Yes, is coming up 100. This is pretty risky, down 200. That could have been a fake out to send it lower, down 400. I'll add at this low. I'll add at the 21 EMA. If this account blows, I'll step in a higher value account. Looking strong. It's not falling. There's no real news until 10, up 200. At 10 a.m., Trump will be speaking to Putin, up 300, up 400, up 600, up 700, selling one. Waiting to see how it racks on this pivot point, up 500, one contract long. ES is pumping. I will be trailing this.
Order submitted.
I'm going to put a stop right below the pivot point, securing 20 points. Up 700, one contract. Up 1,000 in the account. ES is looking a little weak. I'm going to trail it tighter. I'm going to give it like 15 points. Carrying 26, about to get stopped out. And I think we're about to fill the gap on the NQ. On Ninja Trader, the gap is at 21,400. On TradingView, the gap is at 21,500 for Friday's close. It's pumping up, move stop tighter. Up 800, one contract. Loki, it's hesitating. Yes, it's pulling back. About to get stopped out. And stopped. Secured 1,023 in that account. Rotating. Go to this one. ES is looking strong. NQ is above the 200-day SMA, above the 100-day MA. NQ is down 0.6% on the day. ES is down 0.5. Nvidia is climbing back up, now only down 0.6. Tesla's climbing, down 3.7. Amazon's going green. Microsoft's green 0.7. Bitcoin's down 3%. May get a pullback here. Yes, looks like it wants to come down. Probably manipulation. They're going to send it to this gap fill. It might have a slight pullback. Get all the shorts in, just consolidate a bit, and then send it to the gap fill. They might manipulate it both ways. Do that, get it close to the gap, don't quite fill it, and then send it straight down. Just depends what they want to do today. I will be playing around it though. Above that pivot point at 21,350. Getting close to the pivot point at 21,415. We have a pivot point to the downside. Below that at, we have one at 21,275. I really want the market to come down and test that 786 fib at 21,075. maybe too strong for that. ES is propping up. Looks like it wants to take another leg or two up. It's looking weak. Probably gonna consolidate here and then shoot it up to that gap, if I had to guess. I don't like that. Trying to curl over. NQ 5 minutes looking weak. ES is looking weak. I think it's manipulation though. We have Trump speaking in 7 minutes. No news, no more Trump tweets. I'm liking it. Yes, is breaking out. Sending 2 more long. This is very high risk. Better know it can reject all the way, come all the way down to this 21 EMA, up 100. 2 contracts long. Yes, create a new high. Very high risk. Yes, it's coming down. Probably a fake out to send it lower. Down 500. Down 700. Adding 2. With 4 contracts long. Taking 1, taking 2. Deleveraging a little bit. Up 300. Up 400, up 500. Trying to give it some room. This is high risk. Very high risk. We are up 150 points from the market open, up 500, up 600, up 700, taking one. Yes. Looks like it wants to create a new high. Trying to give it some room. This can go all the way. This can do a all the way loop to the market open, which is at 21,200. So it can fall 150 points. The count is in jeopardy. Yes, is looking weak. It's trying to claim the pivot point as support. So far, it's support up 200, one contract, up 10 points. And with one mini contract long. Looking for the bounce. Yes, it's trying to bounce up 300. EQ 5 minute can go either way. Little weak. Giving it some room. Stuck in this consolidation zone. Looking very weak. I'm going to put a stop.
Order submitted.
Put a stop. This is up 150 points with no significant pullback. Probably going to get stopped out. That's fine. Up 400, one contract. ES created a new high. Having a little divergence from the ES and NQ. Gonna leave this stop. It's either gonna pump or it's gonna stop me out and drop a little lower. ES is weak and stopped. $42 in that account. Could have secured 4. Fine with it. Looking very weak. Normally when it did a stop, it's up 150 points, close to the gap. This could fall all the way to 21,280 without a push up. Did not want to lose an account for no reason. The more it consolidates here, the more bullish I am with it. It faked up. They usually do that as manipulation to send it lower. Now they faked low to send it higher. ES is making a new high. And Q's trying to make a new high. All hindsight. I'm fine with it. Get rid of this trend line. Leave that one. But it isn't valid. Yeah, that's close. That is close. 100 points away from the gap fill. Already filled the gap on NinjaTrader. On TradingView, the market close was at 21,506. Out there. I'll be looking to start a short. 4 points. Looking strong to start the day. Everything's still red. Probably look to start a short around the gap fill. Depends the speed and volatility of the candles. Charismatic says, I'm clueless with this stuff, but best of luck with it, broski. I hope you hit big. Thanks, man. Hopefully you learned something. If you take anything away, hey, maybe you learn you don't want to join this craziness. A lot to look at, a lot to manage. If you enjoy though, if anyone else enjoys, follow, subscribe, like the video, comment, say what's up. Definitely going to be a little more risk on today. Planning to risk a lot of accounts. Slow start today. I could be in short right now. I think it wants to fill this gap. Just slowly grinding up. LMAO, I'm a disabled vet, bro. I don't have the spare to play with, lol. I get it, I get it. At least you can watch it. At least you can witness the just madness. This is a slow day so far. Usually by this point I've traded 3 to 4 accounts, blown a couple, blown one. Thursday was no blown accounts, which is rare. ES is just slowly grinding up. Bitcoin down 3%. We have that pivot point at kind of at one now, and then there's one to the upside at 21,420. That's interesting. Points away from the gap fill on Friday's close. That's good, man. Gotta hold on to that happiness. It comes and goes. More of it you can hold on to, the better you are when things go a little south, as you know. Looking weak. I really don't want to short here. I would like it to come up, hit that 21,506, fill the gap, consolidate a bit, and then slowly drop down. Create a higher high, create a higher low, create a lower high, and then drop off. That's what I'm looking for. That has to be news. That was very volatile. 30-point jump up. I'm sure Trump just said something. He is supposed to be speaking to Putin. Russia Deputy Prime Minister Gazprom is working out a new gas contract with Serbia, excuse me. China proposed to increase oil supplies from Russia by 2.5 million tons per year. Okay. That must be that, or must be some insider info on Russia. That's probably what it is. We are 70 points away from the gap fill. ES is 20 points away. The Williams R 120 day is very overbought. Normal RSI is very overbought on the ES 1 minute. On the NQ 30 minute, we're getting into overbought territory, just straight up. I think they know something about the Russia-Ukraine news that everyone else does not. Nvidia down 0.4%, Tesla down 2.88%, Amazon green 0.3%, Microsoft 0.5% green. Really go either way. Probably gonna fill the gap and then have a little consolidation, then a pullback. If I had to guess. Let's zoom out though. Bitcoin's still low. That's always seems to go back up at some point. You don't remember when everyone said Bitcoin was over on Twitter at when it went down to 68,000 or 78,000? Everyone was like, oh, it's over, it's done. Sell, sell, sell. Now it is back up to 103,000. So that is a pattern. You notice it went from 8K to 16, went back down to 4, went up to 28, went down to 14, went up to 38, went down to 18, went up to 68,000, went down to 30 something thousand, went up to 90, then went down to 60. Now it's at 100. When everything's at max fear, max uncertainty, you can come to the conclusion yourself. Slowly grinding up, it's consolidating right now. Really think it wants to fill this gap. Nvidia is about to go green, which is very good. It really is dependent on this Russia news from Trump's phone call. Trump is speaking to Putin as we speak. That call could last from 10 minutes to a couple hours. Really depends. I know, bro, I'm a baller. All good, man. Best thing you can do is invest in yourself. However you want to do that. Invest in a business you want to start, invest in learning a skill, invest on looking better. If you have anything to improve, getting rid of acne, whitening your teeth, haircut, which I shouldn't be talking. This is a little rough, but getting in better shape, clothes, I'm wearing a hoodie. Shouldn't be talking. Oh, bro. Charismatic says, oh, bro, I'm family rich. That's the only thing I truly value. True that, true that. That is the true wealth in life right there. You are morally rich. You are happiness rich. All the above. You have genuine wealth. Though sometimes I'm sure it doesn't feel like that, but still no news on Trump. I'm assuming it's the way this market slowly just grinded up. I'm assuming there's insider info and someone knows something about the news that's about to come on Russia and Ukraine. ES is tanking down. About to test that pivot point at 21,415. It is ranging right now. I could take a long inside of this range. You know my pain, bro. LMAO, all families the same. Everyone thinks they're different. Everyone thinks, you know, their family struggle is unique. It's all the same, trust me. All the same. What's your favorite coin at the moment? Why you gotta put me on the spot like this? Okay. Let's go over them. Okay. You can kind of get it from this list. I don't know. Everything's kind of like the greed index is 77 right now on crypto.
Order filled.
That need too long. But Brett's good. Brett's good, and it's down 12% today, which is a good buying opportunity. But it could go a lot more. Up 200 with 2 contracts long. Up 300. Waiting for the gap fill, to be honest. ES is pumping up. EQ 5 minutes looking all right. Giving it some room. It bounced off this trend line and the pivot point. Liking the support. It may come all the way down to this 21 EMA and pivot point. So this account could blow. If that happens, I will be stepping in a high value account. Up 300. Yeah, Brett's okay. BRETT. I am not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This is my personal opinion. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only. So remember that. Up 800, taking one. Putting a break even stop.
Order submitted.
Putting it true break even so I can trail it all the way to the gap fill day. You know, I really like AI 16Z. Up 400 with 1 contract. I was a pretty early adopter of Pepe as well. PE. Up 500, 1 contract. Ethereum seems popular with a lot of streamers. Good luck. It's a market that changes by the second. I understand that. Yeah, you gotta really be able to, anything you put in, you gotta be willing to lose. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, so. ES is looking weak. I'm gonna, hold on. I'm gonna move stop up to this high. Moving stop up to true high after that extension. Up 20 points. It's pulling back. Looking to trail this all the way to the high. NQ 5 minutes breaking out. I'm gonna leave stop here. I could give it a little more room. Give it a little more room. About to get stopped out. Just go to the high. Thank you. A little more. ES is looking weak. Up 600, one contract. We are 40 points away from the gap fill at 21,506. Securing 20 points with a stop. Looks like I'm about to get stopped. ES is coming down. Looking weak. Let me look for news. Don't stop me out, just go. Trump speaks to Zelensky ahead of his call to Putin. About to get stopped out, up 400. And stopped. Up 840 in that account. Rotating to... We'll go to this one. This is a bad day for drawing these boxes. Nothing looks good. Maybe do them smaller. Yeah, I like that. Okay, it's not bad. Macroeconomic uncertainty raises global structured finance down risk. Right, bro. Gotta sort the kids' health and happiness to you, dude, and TY for their wisdom. Anytime, man. Stop by anytime. I'm gonna open a book. You can ask me anything. Thanks for stopping by. Up 1,800 across 2 accounts. Trading the next one. Looking a little weak. I still think it wants to fill this gap. It could drop here. They might manipulate it. Drop it here right before the gap. We are 50 points away from the gap fill. ES is curling up. Nvidia is finally green on the day, 0.10%. Tesla regained 3%, was down 5, now down 2. Amazon's briefly green. Microsoft still green, 0.5%. Apple down 2%. Bitcoin down 2.5. I think the market's just slowly grinding up to that gap fill, awaiting the Trump-Putin news. The Fear and Greed Index came out, 70 out of 100 greed. Waiting for the next trade. Nippon Steel to invest $14 billion in the U.S. Steel's operation if Trump administration greenlights the deal. He's going to greenlight the deal, I'm sure. Nippon Steel investment includes a new $4 billion steel mill, $4 billion steel mill. Yes, create a higher high. If it bounces here, it'll be a higher low. And with the NQ. Okay. We have that pivot point and previous day close on Friday at 21,506. Waiting for the market to fill that. May not get there. Just waiting for the trade, not FOMOing, not over trading, waiting for the correct setup. There is no missed opportunity, only the next one. Remember that. All these traders scared they're gonna miss out. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Q coming down, about to test the pivot point at 21,415. If we get a bounce before that, or if we create a lower low. NQ 5-minute looks very weak, like it wants to drop. ES just create a lower low, and Q just create a lower low. And Q is about to tap the 21 EMA. Not liking any setup right now. I could take a long off this 21 EMA bounce. Not really loving it. Staying patient. There is that consolidation zone and pivot point at 21,350. May start along there. Let's draw a fib. Yeah, probably start along around this consolidation zone if it drops that far. May not drop that far. Q reclaiming the 21 EMA, bouncing. Yes, is bouncing up. May throw a short. It's really risky. I love shorting the higher high, higher low into lower high. In this case, it would be a higher high, lower low, lower high. It's really close to the gap fill at 21,506. It'll be a little more risky. Still think the market wants to close this gap. Really dependent on the Trump-Putin news. Canadian sentiment plunge points to economic recession. Trump is speaking with Putin on a phone call that may provide some news. Market is coming down. I will be starting a long around this pivot point, knowing that it can go all the way. Doesn't have to respect this 50% fib, but usually does, and there's usually a bounce if it pulls back there. If not, I'll be waiting until the gap fill gets hit, and I'll be starting a short up there at 21,506. Looking weak. Up 1,800 across two accounts, trading the third. Just waiting for the setup. No reason to FOMO. This is kind of a head and shoulders. Not really, but kind of. Shoulder, head, shoulder. It usually is a pullback indicator. Doesn't always work though. News overrides all that. So get some good news from Putin. All that can change. Thank you. 5 minutes looking a little bullish. Almost sent too long. The Russian government is in favor of extending the fuel export ban. I'm liking this.
Order filled.
Standing too long, in with too long. Could be a fake out to shoot it lower. I think that's what it is, but I'm in with too long. This is like a D setup. I'm not in love with it. ES is making a new high in that consolidation. Down 150, 2 contracts long. It is holding this 23.6% on the fib, up 200. It's testing that pivot point at 21,415. ES is pushing. Waiting for a little more, up 250. Up 350, taking one. Took one at that pivot point.
Order
Putting a
submitted.
break-even stop. This could be a fake out. I don't think it is. It consolidated. It's probably going to push higher. ES is pulling back. Up 200, 1 contract.
Order
And
filled.
stopped. Made 138 in that account. Could have gave it a little more room. It's probably going to pump up. Yeah. Need to be a little more aggressive today. Volatility has been dying around 10:30, 11:30. It's 10:30 now. NQ 5 minutes looking bullish. Yeah. Shouldn't have put a stop. All right. All right. Gonna come up, fill this gap, most likely at 21,506. Once it does that, I'll be going in heavy with the short. Giving it some room. What do we think, chat? Think it's gonna fill the gap or no? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Are we filling the gap or not? Yes, looks like it wants to go higher. 5 minute looks like it wants to go higher. We are 90 points away from the gap fill. NQ consolidating around the pivot point. Up 2,000 across 3 accounts. Just waiting for the next trade. It's looking bullish. Looking bullish. NQ 5 minutes looking bullish. Yes, looks like it wants to take another leg higher. Yeah. Trump is speaking with Putin right now on a phone call. Trump's proposed reduction in discretionary funding for 2026, higher than expected revenue from tariffs, the unlikely to significantly lower the budget deficit. The White House said Trump's call with Putin is underway. That's at 10:35, 4 minutes ago. Okay, that could last anywhere from 10 minutes to a couple hours. Waiting for the opportunities to come. Maybe a short here. I'd rather just let it come down and start along. NQ 30 minute does look weak. Waiting for the opportunity, chat. Just waiting for the opportunity. Let's start along in this consolidation. Not in love. Not in love with it. Sending 2 more long. Everything's propping up. Could be a fake. I'm gonna give these a lot more room. No stops. Up 100, up 150, up 200. 2 contracts long. Trading the same third account. Down 100. I will be adding at this pivot point. I'll be adding at this 21 EMA, knowing that the account could blow. Golden KSI, thank you for the follow. Up 60. If you're enjoying the stream, follow, subscribe, like, comment, say what's up in the chat. Type 1 if you think this is going to the moon. Going all the way to that gap fill at 21,506. Type 2 if you think this is tanking all the way down to the 50% fib at 21,324. Up 150. ES is looking a little weak. NQ 5 minutes looking beautiful. May take a little time. Trump news could come in and ruin the whole party. Iran's foreign minister, not even going to try and pronounce that name, discuss U.S. talks with Omni and Qatari. Up 200. Up 10 points. ES curling back down. Giving it some room. I'm gonna get rid of these trend lines. These are no longer valid. Q coming down 500, getting ready to add. Q5 minute looking weak. Staying patient. Should have added there. Wasn't really looking. More consolidates here, the more I think it's going to go to that gap fill. More bullish I am. Down 100. Up 100. Up 100. Up 150. Up 200. 2 contracts long. Up 300. Looking for more. Probably saw one at these highs.
Order submitted.
Yeah, a little before. I'll sell one at 20 points. Look to sell another one at this gap fill.
Order submitted.
That's actually
Order
adding
canceled.
into it. Let me fix that.
Order submitted.
Down 300. I will be adding if it comes back to this pivot point, especially 21 EMA. ES is curling over. Looks very weak. This is very risk. Very risk on. Trying to get a little more. ES is coming down. Thank you. 5 minutes looking weak. Waiting for the 21 EMA retest. Holding this pivot point pretty well. No news. No Trump tweets. Giving it some time.
Order
Adding 2
filled.
more. And with 4 contracts long. Little late add. I should add at this pivot point. Had a lot of opportunities, but. And with 4 long. Down 100, down 200, down 400, down 600. I'll full port at the 21 EMA, maybe a little lower. This account blows, I'll step in a more valuable account around these lows. Looking for a bounce. We'll be selling 2.
Order submitted.
Down 1500.
Order filled.
Ball 3 more. maybe 2. ES is coming lower. NQ 5 minutes looking very weak. This is high risk. Probably going to blow this account.
Order filled.
Full porting.
Order filled.
15 contracts, 1,000 away from blowing. And probably going to blow 500, and account's probably gone. I'm ready to switch. This was not that well executed of a trade. Fine though. This account blows, I'll step in. About to blow it. Down 4,000. Account's about to blow.
Order
And
filled.
blown. Step in another one.
Order
In with
filled.
5. Yes, is coming down. Down 700. Down 800.
Order
In with
filled.
10. Might be bad news. I'm stepping into. In with 10 contracts long. Looking to make up for that account loss. Up 500. No news. No Trump tweets. Okay. Down 1,000, down 1,500, down 2,000. ES is falling, creating a lower low. Okay, looks like we have some life. A bounce here. Up 500. Need to wait for a bigger bounce so I can make up for that loss. Up 700. 900, up 1,000. Selling 3. Selling 2 more, in with 5. Up 1,500. Need to get a little more. I'd like it if it went to that pivot point. Selling 2 more, in with 3 contracts. A little more, selling 1, in with 2. Selling 1 more on that pop, a little more, and out.
Filled.
Secured 2,500, 2,600 in that account. Thinking, how do I optimize that? I executed that pretty well. Maybe sold 5 too soon. Maybe 2,600. That should have been at least nice. That would have been 45. That would have been half the account. Not bad, not bad. 3,500. Up 4,500 across 3 counts. Not bad. Blue one. Let's go to this one. NQ getting stuck at that pivot point. So that gap fill at 21,506. We have a pivot point and the 50% fib. Pivot points at 21,350, 50% at 21,325. Up 4,500 across 3 counts. Blue 1. Looking for the next trade. Trump is speaking with Putin right now as we speak. He's been on the phone with him so far 20 minutes. That could go for a long time. May go for a couple hours, could go all day. Could shoot the market up 1,000 points, down 1,000 points, depending on the news that comes from that phone call. Volatility is dropping. It's 11 a.m. Bitcoin down 2% on the day. NQ down 0.5 on the day. ES down 0.3. Nvidia down 0.5, Tesla down 3%, Google down 1%, Tesla down 0.3, Microsoft up 0.5%, Meta or Facebook down 0.3%, Apple down 2%, MicroStrategy up 2.5%. NQ's consolidating around the 21 EMA and below that pivot point at 21,415. ES is coming down. These. Yeah, that gap fill still at 21,506. Waiting for that to get filled before going short. We'll start along around this pivot point and 50% fib. No news. No Trump tweets. NQ's coming down. ES is full consolidation mode. It's chopping. Very low volatility. Volatility has just died. Been dying the past 2 weeks around 10:30, 11:30. And it looks like it died today. That could change with news from Trump and Putin's phone call. So far, 4 or 5 trades, I believe 5. 4 green, 1 red. 3 accounts green, 1 blown. Waiting for the next trade. Could start long. I think this wants to drop a little more. Probably to this pivot point where this consolidation zone is. This pivot point right here. Consolidation zone. Maybe even this 50%, start along around there. If it jumps up to this gap fill, fills the gap at 21,506, I'll be starting long. Not really loving anything else as of yet. Just in consolidation. Do not love trading in consolidation. Follow this trend line. Put it here. Kind of following this. This. Yes, it's pumping up. Adobe turned green. Not really loving any trades. Very slow, very low volatility. It's kind of in this chop zone. Kind of, it is in this chop zone. Not loving it. Up 4,500 across 3 accounts. Looking for more trades. Volatility has died. Waiting for it to step back in. Looks like we're trending a little bullish right now. Q5 minute looks like it wants to go up. ES is coming up. Waiting for the trade. Waiting for the setup. Not FOMOing. Not just trading. Not over trading. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. This is the hardest part where most people fail in trading. Being patient. Waiting for your setup. Executing your setup. Holding your conviction. Holding through red, knowing your risk tolerance. If you're enjoying, if you're gaining any value, if you're learning what not to do, what to do, follow, subscribe, like the video, comment, Say what's up in chat. Ask me anything. I'm open book. I'll answer what I can. NQ 30 minutes looking a little weak. ES tried to pump up, getting a little stopped. NQ stopping at that pivot point. No real trade to take, chat. No real trade to take. Could start along in this consolidation, but it may come all the way down, so you'll blow one account. If you wait till it comes down, start along here, you are less likely to blow that account. Really think it wants to come down. It is doing a lot of consolidation here though, which is more bullish. More consolidates here, the more it's gaining support. Prop it up and push it all the way to that gap fill at 21,506. ES is pumping up. Let's see if we can get over this pivot point at 21,410. See if we can get over this trend line as well. May start along above this trend line. It needs to be a true break though. It cannot be just a wick through. It needs to be an actual break of the trend line. ES trying to break its trend line. NQ trying to break through the pivot point and trend line using the 21 EMA as support. Bitcoin down 1.8%, NQ down 0.4% on the day, ES down 0.3%. Volatility index is up 7.2%, ATR is at 21%. Nvidia is down 0.5%, Tesla's down 3%, Google down 1%, Amazon down 0.3%, Microsoft up 0.6%, Meta down 0.2%, Apple down 1.5%, MicroStrategy up 2%, Palantir down 3%. ES is coming back down. That's technically a rejection of the pivot point. It's so low volatility though that it may just shoot right back up like it is. ES is pumping back up. I'm leaning more bullish. Leaning more bullish. They might be presenting this to just load all the longs in and then send it straight down to liquidate them. NQ loves to do a lot of manipulation. We are just stuck in this consolidation zone. NQ getting rejected off the pivot point, coming down. It may bounce at this low, the support of the consolidation. Up 4,500 across 3 accounts. Waiting to join a long around this pivot point and consolidation, previous consolidation zone. It may go all the way to this 50%. Looks like it's trying to come down and test this pivot point. I'll be starting long around here, looking for a bounce. Waiting for the setup. Not rushing, not FOMOing. Waiting for the true setup. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. Remember that. No reason to FOMO. So waiting for the trade. Stuck in this range. Great stuff, dude. Appreciate you sharing the thinking around what I hope I'm saying your name right, Raul. I hope that's right. Great stuff, dude. Appreciate you sharing the thinking around what you see when you read the charts. Very unique content and good music choice too. Debatable. The last part's debatable. The music, Maybe if we get a little bigger, we grow this channel to like a million subs, we can get some licensing from major artists. I tried the licked music subscription, but you can't play the major songs. Like even if you have the license, because I'm multi-streaming to Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, YouTube Shorts. YouTube I could if I just did them platforms, but the other platforms won't let me play the major artist music. But I put them in my TikToks and Shorts, so yeah. The more it consolidates here, the more I'm bullish. I'm gonna be honest. May throw in a long. Very risky. Trump is still speaking to Putin. He is on a phone call with Putin. He has been for 40 minutes so far. That could go for a couple hours. That could end any minute. The news from that will influence the market and its volatility. It could send it up 100 points, could send it up 1,000 points, could drop it down the same. Really depends. ES is pumping, sending 3 long. It broke through this pivot point up 200. NQ 5 minutes curling up. NQ 30 minutes looking good. ES broke through the trend line up 300. Looking for more. Trading a 4th account, I believe. Looking for more of a pop. Very low volatility. Taking one at 4. A little slow. And with 2 long up 300. ES breaking out a little bit. Looking bullish. May come back. I will be willing to add. This is like a C or B setup for me. All this consolidation zone acts as support, so this is pretty non-risky for my way of trading. So if this comes down, I'll be adding a lot. Up 400, taking one more. I will not be adding a stop. I love this setup right here. Yes, is breaking out. I will try and trail this all the way to the previous day close on Friday. That closes at 21,506. Looking a little weak. I'm all right if it pulls back into the consolidation. I will be adding. Now it could tank. This account could still blow, but I will be adding a more valuable account if it does. We're going a little negative right now. It's all par for the course. They could have did that, manipulated it up, sent it straight down. We're down 100. Could bounce off this pivot point. Hello, how are you? No, we're not doing this, Lauren. I told you guys to whitelist me. These same people on Twitch trying to sell graphic designs. Look at my thumbnail, man. Come on. I made that myself. Up 100. I'm liking this a lot more. It just did that to fake out all along, sending it straight up. We may go to that gap fill. Up 150. Liking this a lot more. Hopefully it does not start consolidating again. Lauren, I told you guys to whitelist me from this sales. The sales pitch, the League of Legends thing, all that. This is like the 7th person that's came in. ES is consolidating. Up 150. Up 400 in the account total right now. Could put a break-even stop and secure 200, but I'm gonna just let it go. Gonna take a little time. Volatility drops. Volatility is very down right now. It's above 10:30 a.m. That's when it's been dropping recently. ES is coming down. Looking very weak. Without a stop on this trade, it is very risky. The risk level jumps up very, like 10%, like 10 points, like 10 out of 10 risk right now. Not putting a stop on this trade. That was very poorly articulated, but very high risk by not putting a stop on this trade. You could do a 0 risk trade right now by putting a stop. You secure 250, 300, and you walk away. By not putting a stop, you're risking blowing this account. I know the risk. Do you? I mean, Trump could literally tweet something right now and send the market 1,000 points down, account blown. I'll be rotating the next one. And then if that account blows, I'll be rotating the next one, each one more valuable than the other. You gotta know your risk tolerance. You gotta know you know your just risk. You gotta know what you're willing to risk and what you're willing to lose. I'm willing to lose this whole account. I'm locking in 3 with profit. I want to trail this all the way up to at least a new high. It may not go there. Who knows? No one does. Anyone who says they know is lying. ES is above the VWAP, 200-day SMA, same for the NQ. The Williams R 120-day on the ES is overbought. Same for the NQ. Nvidia trying to go green, down 0.2%. Liking the odds of this pushing up. If you're enjoying this trade, if you're getting any value, follow, subscribe, like the video, comment, say what's up, ask me anything. I am an open book. If you want to learn something, just ask. Or if you think I'm crazy, don't. You think you don't want to do this? Leave. Or keep watching to see if you really do want to do this. Either way is fine with me. Up 100, one contract long. It's consolidating above this pivot point at 21,410. I'm liking this a lot. You just need to break through this consolidation. NQ 5 minutes slowly going up. Okay, we're bouncing up 200. Okay. Up 300. Check for news. Very low volatility, very slow moving. The US leading index came in negative, expected to be 0.09%, up 300, up 400, one contract. We have the US 6-month bill and 3-month bill at 11:30 a.m. I'm gonna take it. Man, I want to leave it run. I'm gonna take it. Take it at 300. Secured 597 in that account. Market's moving too slow for me. ES started to pull back. I'll show you. ES right here. Starting to pull back. It's just stuck in this consolidation. It's a very slow moving market. Trump could literally say something and it just drops down. I did not want to start long here. If you look at this chart, I did not want to start long right here. I did anyway because the market was curling up, breaking through trend line. So I started it, secured $600, up 5,100 across 4 accounts. Blue 1 account, but green and 4. I'll take that. I wanted to start long at this pivot point or 50% on the fib, or start a short here. This trade really wasn't a part of that plan, but I took it because it was just too good of an opportunity not to take. We had all that consolidation as support, so it was pretty low risk for my assessment. I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only. You need to trade your own strategy, trade your own plan, hold your own conviction, know what you're willing to risk. It does look like it wants to go fill that gap. We are 80 points away from the gap fill. Could have held and trailed it if I got a better starting point in that trade. I really just wanted to lock in profits, especially how slow and low volatility the market's moving. The market was a little faster, a little quicker moving, I would have held. This low volatility, I mean, looks like it's gonna slowly grind up, but I don't like being a part of that. I like trading the extremes. You know, 2 to 6 minutes, it goes 1,000 points up, goes 200 points up, start shorting, vice versa. That's the type of trades I like. Like if this would go up 100 points, fill that gap in the matter of a minute or two, I'm shorting heavy, looking for a quick volatile pullback of 30 to 50 points. More like 30 in this instance. Gotta draw new trend lines. I'll put it here. Add here. Get rid of this. Draw the boxes. I'm glad I got out. I still am bullish. All this consolidation, 150 points up from market open. It's likely to go fill that gap, but it's probable, you know, it's not impossible for this market to drop. Go all the way, do a U shape, all the way back down. I'm going to make a prediction. This is probably going to be wrong. Go here. Probably going to be a little slower. I doubt that's going to come to fruition, but maybe. It would make the most sense in my mind for this to come down, test the 50% fib, and then come back up and retest this pivot point, and then try and break the the Friday's close at 21,506. Bitcoin slowly grinding up. Nvidia is really holding back the market right now. Kind of in consolidation, which is good. Last week it went up quite a bit. Where'd it go up? Went up like 10 to 20% last week from the previous week. From last week, there was good regulation news on Nvidia. Trump lifted the regulation on chips. That's why Nvidia is up. The fact that it's not dropping more right now is pretty bullish. So maybe tomorrow it'll actually be green and prop up the market. We will see. If you're gaining value, if you're liking the trades, if you're liking the risk, if you're liking the strategy, if you're learning what not to do, what to do, subscribe, like, comment, follow the channel. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. If you don't have time to watch the live streams, I post 3 shorts a day, 2 in the morning, 1 at like 5, 6 p.m. all EST on all platforms. I may start posting a highlight video at the end of the day. I don't know. We'll see. Up like 5,100 across 4 accounts. Waiting for the next trade. Low volatility. It's going to take a minute. ES is bouncing off the higher MA. Raul, if you're still here, are you trading or are you just watching? If you're trading, be very careful. This low volatility. Gotta have a certain strategy to trade this. You just set one long and then put a stop, you'll get stopped out. The majority of the time, you may get lucky. Every time I did that in consolidation, I got stopped out. Hopefully you're green, hopefully you're profitable. Hopefully you're trading smart or you learned a lot today. Trump is still speaking with Putin. Q's bouncing, tapping that pivot point. Waiting for the right setup. No FOMO, no over trading. I have a game plan in my mind that could change. Gotta adapt to the markets. Q looks like it wants to come down. While this market's consolidating and we're waiting for a trade, let's watch some videos. Up to date on the market. Q may offer a trade soon. Let's watch this from some this morning. Caroline Leavitt, press secretary for the White House, spoke at 9 a.m. Let's watch this.
Right this morning after a great trip last week. It's good to see all of you back in Washington. This afternoon in the Rose Garden, President Trump alongside First Lady Melania Trump will sign the Take It Down Act into law. First Lady Melania Trump was instrumental in getting this important legislation passed. The Take It Down Act will protect victims of digital exploitation, hold internet platforms accountable by requiring them to remove such imagery from their platforms, and provide justice for victims by allowing prosecutors to go after those who publish non-consensual explicit images online. The First Lady met with members in the House and the Senate, survivors and their families, and advocates throughout the process to get this bill across the finish line. We are grateful for the First Lady's hard work and dedication to this issue. And moving forward, she will continue to champion the well-being of our nation's children through her Be Best agenda. I know the President looks forward to signing that bill into law later this afternoon, and we will see you all there. In other news, the One Big Beautiful Bill passed the House Budget Committee last night, bringing it one step closer to final passage. The One Big Beautiful Bill is perfectly named because it represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda responsible for President Trump's landslide victory on November 5th. The America First policies in this bill are the reason why Republicans currently have the majority in Congress right now. Passing this bill is what voters sent Republicans to Washington to accomplish. And that's why it's essential that every Republican in the House and the Senate unites behind President Trump.
No trade to take. NQ, ES are just consolidating. If there is a trade I like, I will be switching back and we will be trading this. But until then, volatility is very low. Just consolidating. We'll watch this, get up to speed with the news in the market. At least a brief, just skimming of the news from Caroline Leavitt. She usually doesn't go too deep, she just hits the key points. May have a trade on NQ soon.
And passes this popular and essential legislative package. This bill will be the single most pro-small business, pro-family, and pro-American worker legislation ever. This bill will give Americans the largest tax cuts in our nation's history. When Republicans pass the bill, Americans will be keeping more of their hard-earned money and taking home much bigger paychecks. The One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver some of President Trump's central campaign.
Funny as this is kind of a Democrat bill they tried to get passed a couple of years ago. That's what funny. Trump kind of stole their bill, and then the Democrats try to downplay it and act like it was all bad. They almost didn't vote on it. It was funny. All because of their political bias, even though it was a bill they tried and passed a couple years ago. It's hilarious.
Promises. No tax on tips for our hardworking waiters, waitresses, and service workers. No tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and all those Americans who are putting in extra hours to make ends meet. And a large tax deduction on interest payments for Americans who purchase American-made cars. Despite desperate Democrat lies, the biggest beneficiary of this tax cut will be working-class Americans.
I don't think people realize how important that that interest rate deduction will actually be. Like, that is massive numbers, especially if it acts how I think it's going to act. I mean, that's a massive tax refund at the end of the year for the normal American whose car payment is like, this one girl just purchased, I know, a $1,200 car payment a month, and it's not even that great of a car. I think the average is somewhere like $300 a month for the average family or whatever. That is mostly interest. So a lot of that's going to be written off each month.
In their
That's
families.
pretty big.
Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will pay about 15% less in taxes after this legislation is passed.
Big.
And according to a brand new paper from the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the average family with 2 children's take-home pay will be up to $13,000 higher because of the increase in wages and reductions in tax obligations. The CEA study also said that the average overtime worker receives a tax cut of roughly $2,000. Again, this is great news for our nurses, our police officers, and all those who work overtime to make ends meet across our country.
Well, the average overtime worker, I don't know the exact, but isn't it like, it's only a couple hours over? It's like 5 hours over, 10 hours over. Like, I know my uncle works pretty consistently, or was at least, working 20 or 30 hours overtime. So I doubt that's the average. It's probably like 5 hours, probably something little less, you know.
Put simply, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill will be a boon for working class America. This One Big Beautiful Bill is also pro-family. It will increase the child tax credit to $2,500 per child, establish optional savings account for newborn babies with a $1,000 child.
Go back to that.
Establish optional savings account for newborn babies with a $1,000 credit added, and strengthen paid family leave. This bill also delivers historic tax relief to America's seniors by allowing middle and low-income Social Security recipients to deduct an additional $4,000 in payments from their taxable income. If Democrats get their way and the Trump tax cuts are not extended, Americans will face the largest tax hike in history to the tune of $4 trillion. Republicans...
What's up, Gilbertson? We are up 5,200 across 4 accounts, blue 1. NQ's trying to break through this trend line, but it's just so low volatility. We're just waiting for the right trade. So in the meantime, we're catching up on the news. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt spoke this morning at 9 a.m. We're just going over the highlights, watching the video. As you see, it's a green day. Very, very good. Volatility died a little early today. I wanted to be in with more trades, but Trump is speaking with Putin right now, so that could provide some trading opportunities. We have that gap fill at 21,506. Once that gets filled, if price comes up here, I'll be shorting. I'm not really going to join long. I was thinking about joining long. It would have worked, but so low volatility. Looks like we're getting a little spike of something. The US 3-month and 6-month bill came in. We have Fed speaking at 1. JP Morgan CEO Diamond, whatever. We're going to allow clients to buy Bitcoin, but we won't custody it. Bitcoin may go a little crazy. That's actually massive news. Bitcoin's up $3,000 since that news. Actually, a little less. It's up around $500 actually. Don't know if the news settled in. Let me look. Posted 3 minutes ago. We'll see. We'll see. Trump's been speaking so far 2 hours, an hour with Putin. Market's about to create a new high. Little off with this prediction. Okay, we may get a chance to fill this gap. Yes, create a new high. It's pumping. We are 30 points away from filling the gap. Maybe some insider info. Wonder if that's insider info on the Trump phone call. Gilbertson, you say I'm yapping? You say I'm yapping? What, am I supposed to stay silent on this stream? Come on, man. Come on, man. 30 points away from filling the gap. Looking to send a short soon. Thanks, man. Thanks. Are you at work on your lunch break? Assuming you're on your lunch break at work. All right, let's go back to this video for now.
Must not side with Democrats in helping them raise taxes. The One Big Beautiful Bill also provides critical protections of Medicaid, which will strengthen and preserve the program for decades to come through common sense efforts to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Medicaid will no longer be used to pay for barbaric gender mutilation procedures on minor children. And the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are currently...
Hopefully you have a good day at work. Little late start today, right? You're usually going to work around 9 or 8. At least the past times you came in here.
Currently improperly receiving Medicaid benefits will be kicked off the program to preserve it for hardworking American citizens who
Just
need
common
it.
sense.
President Trump and Republicans are protecting Medicaid benefits for pregnant women, children, disabled individuals, low-income seniors and families, and the most vulnerable Americans in our society. And that's what Democrats are so angry about. Basic Medicaid protections that will stop the funding of transgender insanity and illegal aliens from ripping off American taxpayers. As you all know, over his first 4 months in office, President Trump ended the previous administration's open border crisis and secured our homeland in record time, all using executive authority. Now Congress needs to act. The One Big Beautiful Bill is the most significant investment in our nation's border patrol.
Gilbertson, soon you'll be able to test out that simulation I'm building. So I'm still in the process. I thought of something. You'll see big things coming. You and Nathan will be one of the first people to beta test it if you're willing. I think I mean, I could have it up today. Let's aim for next week. I really want to polish it and get it right. Let's aim for next week. Probably Monday. I'll probably really dial it in this weekend. If you're willing, you can be one of the first testers.
And law enforcement agents in our nation's history. The bill ensures that President Trump's popular and successful border security measures are made permanent. Republicans have the backs of Border Patrol and ICE agents who were put through hell over the past 4 years and have quickly worked to secure our southern border. And that's why this bill gives them more resources to do their jobs, including a $10,000 much-needed bonus to ICE agents and Border Patrol agents over the next 4 years. To provide those brave agents with desperately needed reinforcements on the ground, the bill allows for the hiring of thousands of new ICE personnel, customs officers, and Border Patrol agents. These significant hirings will empower President Trump to continue delivering on his promise to carry out the largest mass deportation in the history of our country. Again, that is a promise that Republicans made to American voters. It's a promise they were elected on, and it's a promise Republicans on Capitol Hill need to keep: secure our border. To supplement those efforts, the bill's funds will fund the completion of President Trump's signature border wall. As a result, 701.
That is not your name. No shot. Hassan has general. That's a good name. Wow. Hopefully you're all right. Are you trading or no? We're up 5,200 across 4 accounts, down 1 account today. You got a pretty good name. That's pretty good. We're just waiting for a trade, so we're watching that video. The ES is climbing. We have that gap fill at 21,506. Could start long. I know who he is. Are you just going to all streamers and just posting that? Just posting your name is enough to get every single streamer to get a reaction. May start long soon. Let's make sure. Let's go with this account. That does not sound good, man. He says, I got nothing better to do on my day off. LOL. Oh my. Come on, man. You gotta find stuff to do. Man, watch me. Learn how to trade. Start trading. I mean, start doing social media. Do something. Come on. Go run a marathon. Document your whole journey. Go, I don't know. Film yourself trolling streamers. Do something. Whatever wakes you up, whatever gets you out of bed, find that and just obsess over it and continue to do it. Looking at a potential long, liking it. Volatility's picked up a little bit. JP Morgan CEO Dimon said, I wouldn't take stagflation for the US economy off the table. Negative. NQ bounced off that 21 EMA. Looking for a trade. May I go back to that video? Video's trying to go green. We'll go back to this video for now. I may step in a short soon. I mean a long.
Miles of primary wall, 900 miles of river barriers, 629 miles of secondary barriers, and 141 miles of vehicle and pedestrian barriers will be constructed when this bill passes, along with cutting-edge technology to secure our homeland from dangerous illegal alien invaders. This bill also advances our national security and defense interests by ensuring the United States military has the necessary resources to remain the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world. The bill will provide resources for the construction of President Trump's Golden Dome to safeguard Americans from potential attacks, give the Coast Guard resources to build more modernized ships, and the Air Force resources to acquire better planes. If all of those incredible things were not enough, the big beautiful bill also finally modernizes air traffic control in America, a bipartisan issue. The bill will allow President Trump to deliver on his promise to overhaul and update our air traffic control systems to keep Americans flying as safe and efficient.
Which has been neglected for years, if not decades now.
Efficiently as possible. The previous administration failed to act and do this themselves, despite repeated warnings from the GAO, which has resulted in unacceptable delays at major airports like Newark that the Trump administration is...
Hold on. I'm sounding too long. It was too long. I'm liking it. Up 100, up 150. Taking one out at that trend line. I'm gonna wait for the bounce of the 21 EMA to take the other one out. And with one long, up 140. Waiting for the trend line test. I mean the 21 EMA test. Up 10 points. Waiting for the bounce. Waiting for a little more. Come on. Waiting for the pop. Let's go. A little more and out. Up 313 in that account. All right. Back to the video.
Working hard to address. When the one big beautiful bill passes, we will replace the current antiquated system. The FAA will enhance safety in our skies, reduce delays, and power the future of air travel in the United States. That's just...
Do you guys listen to videos on 1x speed? I'm a 2x guy, so I'm doing this for you guys, but this is a little like I need faster. Like I don't have time. I don't have 30 minutes.
Legislation will accomplish. It is absolutely essential that Republicans unite behind the one big beautiful bill and deliver on President Trump's agenda. There is no time to waste. Americans gave Republicans a once-in-a-generation opportunity to course-correct our country over many wrongs over the past 4 years. And Americans are counting on Republicans to work as hard as President Trump is in this White House every day on Capitol Hill. Send this legislation to his desk as soon as possible for his signature. Here in our new media seat today, we have Liam Cosgrove, the White House correspondent for Zero Hedge. With that, Liam, please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is on foreign policy.
Sure.
The president has made several moves towards peace in multiple fronts. India, Pakistan with the Houthis.
That's true.
Talking with Iran and talking with Putin.
Yeah.
Biden didn't even talk to Putin for the entire span of the war, which is crazy considering two nuclear powers were engaged in a proxy war. So I do admire these moves by the current president, I'll be honest. However, as of today, we are still funding both Israel's and Ukraine's wars. So can Americans expect to finally be done financing foreign wars at some point? Do you consider that one of the president's goals?
Well, I think I can summarize the president's foreign policy agenda with 2 words: America first. And that means putting the American people and the American taxpayer first. And that's why the president is moving as quickly as he possibly can and working overtime to end these conflicts in both Israel and in Gaza, and also the Russia-Ukraine war. As you all know, the president will be speaking with Putin at 10 o'clock. He plans to call President Zelensky when that call concludes.
He's already speaking. He's been speaking for 2 hours now. He is still on that phone call.
spoke to the president about that call at 10 o'clock. I don't want to get ahead of those very important conversations, but of course you will hear directly from the president or me after those calls conclude today. So you can expect that. As for Israel and Gaza, the president continues to not only himself, but his national security team engage in talks on both sides of this conflict. The president made it very clear to Hamas that he wanted to see all hostages released. And last week, when we were flying out of town, there was great news on that front with the return of Eden Alexander, who is the last remaining hostage in Gaza. So to answer your question, the president is always thinking about...
How did I miss that? There's no more hostages in Gaza? How did I miss that? Wait, so why is Israel still striking?
The American people, the American taxpayer first. He wants these conflicts to end, not just to save money, but most importantly, to save lives.
Thank you. And my only other question for you is, so over the weekend, President Trump posted Truth Social a video highlighting what most people call the Clinton body count, which is the strange number of suicides that seem to happen in Clinton circles. I have a headline here from the Washington Post that said, Trump peddles false conspiracy theories tying the Clintons to several deaths. So I just wanted to highlight real quick, this wasn't in Trump's video, but this is from the Arkansas Times, and it's the death of Mark Middleton, who was a former Clinton White House aide, who was found dead on a Clinton Foundation property. And I'll just quote from the Arkansas Times. Middleton apparently shot himself in the chest with a shotgun and also hung himself from a tree with an extension cord. So I have no idea how somebody commits suicide that way, but if the Washington Post is here, maybe you can enlighten us as to how that was actually a suicide.
Called out, son.
So anyways, that's just a lead into my question about the most famous Clinton-related suicide, which is that of Jeffrey Epstein. There's still a lot of questions around that case. You've released phase 1 of the Epstein files. What was missing from that is any connection to his ties to intelligence agencies, and that's really the whole story, that not just trafficking young girls.
This guy is really pushing the button. Holy. He is really like, wow.
Doing it on behalf of intelligence agencies, and even potentially as part of a blackmail ring with potential ties to the Israeli government. So for phase 2, when can we expect it? Will it have information pertaining to those aspects of the Epstein case?
I know the Attorney General has committed to releasing those files. I would defer you to the Department of Justice on her timeline, but when she has made a promise in the past, she has kept it, and I'm certain that she will in this case as well. Rachel.
Thanks so much, Caroline. The president...
That was a dodge. That was a professional dodge to them questions. He asked 2 key questions. I'm not going to repeat them, but
set a 2-week
that was a
deadline for
dodge.
Ukraine and Russia to negotiate a deal.
Let's look at the charts real quick. We are up like 5,600 across 5 accounts. Could take a long here. Not really loving it. Yeah, it's very slow moving market. I'll wait until this gets overextended. Could take a long here. It's either going to come down here and I'll send a long around 21,350, knowing it can go all the way to this 50% fib, which needs updated actually. Let me update it. So I'll be signing a long around here. I'll be signing a short once it closes this gap fill at 21,506 from Friday's close. Until then, very slow moving. Slow moving market, so we'll be watching those.
That time is now up. Does the president intend to set a new deadline on this call with President Putin? And how much longer is he willing to give these talks?
Yeah, I don't want to get ahead of the specifics of the conversation the president will be having with President Putin in less than an hour this morning. But he has made clear throughout the entirety of this conflict, since he inherited it from Joe Biden. Don't forget, this is a war that began because of the previous administration's incompetence and weakness, and President Trump is working very hard to fix it. He has made it clear to both sides that he wants to see a peaceful resolution and a ceasefire as soon as possible. But as for specifics on a timeline, I won't get ahead of the president.
And just on the goals for this call in particular, is the goal to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire? Is the goal to lead to some sort of in-person negotiations with Putin and the president?
Well, I think, again, we'll see how the call goes, and the president has made it clear his goal is to see a ceasefire and to see this conflict come to an end. And he's grown weary and frustrated with both sides of the conflict. The president and his team have put an enormous amount of effort in solving this very complicated war that, again, began because of the last administration's weakness.
Does
Steve?
he still want to meet Putin personally?
I think the president would certainly be open to that, but let's see how this call goes today.
What's the status of the secondary sanctions package? The president's been talking about that. You haven't imposed them yet, but is that still on the table?
I think everything's on the table, yes, and again, I won't get ahead of the president in any commitments or decisions, but certainly it's something he's been looking at and discussing. Elena.
Hi, Ken. I want to ask you about the House budget bill. So, does the president agree with Republicans behind this bill that Medicaid work requirements should be implemented as soon as 2026?
So the president wants to preserve and protect Medicaid for Americans who this program was intended for, the most vulnerable in our society: pregnant women, low-income families, seniors, those who truly need these benefits. And it should be going to people who physically cannot work. We want to see able-bodied Americans at least working 20 hours per week, whether that's part-time or full-time, whether that's even looking for work or volunteering for 20 hours a week if they are receiving Medicaid. These are common sense provisions. These are common sense changes that were actually introduced by former Democrat President Clinton. They've been supported by every Democrat president since, including the previous president, Joe Biden. But again, these are common sense reforms to ensure that those that this program was intended for receive those benefits.
And then just a quick follow-up. Is the president okay with this bill adding to the deficit?
This bill does not add to the deficit. In fact, according to the Council of Economic Advisors, this bill will save $1.6 trillion. And the president absolutely understands and hears the concerns of fiscal conservatives and of Americans who want to get our fiscal house in order. That's what the intention of this bill is. There's $1.6 trillion worth of savings in this bill. That's the largest savings for any legislation that has ever passed Capitol Hill in our nation's history. The next bill that even comes close was $800 billion. That's less than half of the savings that we see in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And so the goal of this bill is to produce economic growth, to cut taxes, and to get our fiscal house in order. And this is the right step in the right direction towards doing that.
Thanks.
Edward.
Yes, thanks.
And then I'll go to you.
Thanks,
You're
guys.
welcome.
Nothing really to comment on. A lot of good things in the beautiful bill. Big beautiful bill, or whatever they're calling it. I like all the tax cuts, especially on overtime. We are watching this while we wait for a trade. Very low volatility, market's going nowhere. Could start along in this consolidation, but up 5,600 or more across 5 accounts, just waiting for the next trade.
I want to get the president's reaction to Moody's downgrading the credit rating of the United States.
Sure. Well, look, the president talked about this over the weekend. The Secretary of Treasury also talked about it. When you look at the world, United States of America, and our economy once again, the president just last week secured trillions of dollars in investments from countries in the Middle East. We have seen trillions of dollars of investments flowing into our economy since the president took office. That is because America,
more than any other president, at least in recent history, maybe ever.
people around the world have confidence in the United States of America. And if you also just look at the raw economic data that we're seeing, last week when we were out of town, inflation dropped once again. Oil prices are dropping, gas prices are dropping. The president has added nearly 500,000 jobs to the American economy already. So there's a lot of optimism in this economy, and the president disagrees with that assessment.
And I want to ask you one more thing, if I could. On your Middle East trip, the United Arab Emirates is getting some of the most advanced AI chips, and there's agreements there. The UAE is the newest member of BRICS. Is there a concern from the president that those chips and the technology will pass through to China, India, Russia, and
Very good question. Very good question by this guy.
Iran?
Part of going to the Middle East was to ensure that the United States, that this part of the region, our Gulf partners, know that the United States of America is there for them again, and that they should be investing in the United States, not in China. And these AI agreements, particularly the one the Secretary of Commerce signed in the UAE, has security guarantees to ensure.
NQ's pumping up. Yes, maybe breaking out. Very low volatility. Let me check news. Microsoft is bringing Musk AI model to its cloud. That's pretty big. Grok 3, which Musk AI outfit introduced earlier this year, will be available on Microsoft's cloud computing platform. That's pretty big for Musk. NQ's pumping up. No real volatility behind it. NQ's down 0.2% on the day, just slowly grinding up. ES down 0.2% on the day. Nvidia trying to go green, down 0.2% on the day, was down 2%. Tesla was down 5%, now down 3.5%. Amazon basically flat on the day. Meta flat. Everything's going slightly green. Bitcoin's down 1.6%. It's just chopping around. No trade to take, no FOMO. Just waiting for the correct setup. We will go back to this video for now.
Sure that China is not getting the advantage, but the United States is getting the advantage when it comes to AI, and that the UAE and the US are working hand in hand together to invest in this space. So you read the agreements, there are security guarantees, and this was a great trip for the country, no doubt. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has said today that Israel will take control of all of Gaza. Is that a goal that President Trump is comfortable with, or that he supports?
I'll have to talk to the president about those comments, as they just came, I believe, from the prime minister this morning, and I'll let him speak on that. The president has made it very clear he wants to see this conflict in the region end. He wants all hostages to be released. He was pleased that Eden Alexander was returned home safely to his loving family. The president spoke with Eden directly while we were traveling to the Middle East.
I thought they just said all hostages were released. Is that not the case?
Last week. As for the prime minister's comments, I'll let the president himself respond to those. Sure.
Two questions. One, how involved does the president intend to be directly in talking to House members about the bill over the next couple of weeks or the next week?
Sure. Well, over the weekend, the president was in direct conversation and communication with the Speaker of the House. He's been very involved. He always is. He's willing to pick up the phone when he is asked to. So he'll continue to be very engaged in this process with both House members and his friends on the Senate side as well.
And on former President Biden's cancer diagnosis, the president put out a very nice message on Truth Social. Has he talked to President Biden directly? Does he intend to call? What does he intend to say directly?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they have spoken, but I'm sure the president would be open to doing that. I spoke to him last night about the former president's cancer diagnosis, and the statement that he put out was the initial reaction he had with me on the phone as well. Peter.
Follow up on former President Biden. White House doctors may have missed the early stages of.
What is this guy wearing? What are these socks? What the?
This prostate cancer. So, is President Trump worried about the quality of care that presidents get here?
Not as far as President
What a stupid question. There is so much going on in the world right now. And he's going to ask that dumb question. Holy.
Trump is concerned. The
He's in
White
the
House
front
physician
row.
we have here is phenomenal, and the team of physicians that take care of the president, particularly at Walter Reed Medical Center, are great. The president had his physical recently, as you know. He had perfect results. He's in very good shape. I think those of you who traveled to the Middle East with us last week can attest to the president's endurance. And by the way, I will add, we returned home from a very long and tiring trip last week, and on Saturday, where was the president? In the Oval Office working all day. He doesn't stop, he doesn't quit, he's in great health, and he trusts his physicians.
Two more things. Putin ghosted everybody at these peace talks last week. As President Trump phones him today to try to figure out an end to the Ukraine war, does he think that Putin is the good guy or the bad guy?
I'll let the president speak on that conversation later. He's made his feelings about both sides of this war quite clear throughout it. He wants to see it end.
And
Annie,
the
go
last
ahead.
one, what does President Trump mean when he says that Taylor Swift is no longer hot?
Look, he is speaking about Taylor Swift's political views and how perhaps it has impacted the support of the American public for her work, and I will leave it at that. Annie, go ahead.
Thanks so much.
Is he wrong, though? I mean, a lot of people are going to be mad about that, but...
Carolyn, I'm just going back one more time to the White House Medical Office because there seems to be some question about this with regard to President Biden's screening. Can you say whether or not President Trump is screened for prostate cancer as part of his physical?
To the best of my understanding, he is, but we can certainly check in with the White House physician and go back and look at that physical report.
And then just one other question. Recently, Stephen Miller at the White House made some comments about considering suspending habeas corpus. And I'm curious if there's any update on how the White House is exploring that option to enact the president's agenda.
I don't have any update at this time, but I can check in with our Deputy Chief of Staff. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Given the ongoing revelations about the former president's mental acuity and how staff and media covered that up, especially with the release of this book, 2 days, I think, is there any interest in further scrutiny of Kevin O'Connor, the former president's physician?
I'll let the president speak on that. I spoke to the president again about the former president's health diagnosis last night, and he wanted to extend his warmest wishes to the former president and his family. But as for any further action, I'll let the president speak on that first. Michelle.
Vice President Vance's meeting with Zelensky. Can you share any more information on that?
My understanding was it was a good meeting, a productive meeting, and we're grateful that the vice president did it and that he also went to the Pope's.
Q had a spike of volatility, checking for news, checking for a Trump tweet, checking the ES, and ES is flat. Yeah, and Q had a little 10-point spike. Maybe manipulation to send it lower. Yeah. No news. Up 5,600 across 5 accounts, waiting for the trade. No real trade to take. Could start along in this consolidation, but I don't love it.
First Mass in Rome. I also have an update on that. The Vice President passed along a letter to the Pope from the President and from the First Lady, extending their warm wishes and inviting them to the White House as soon as they possibly can come. Michelle.
On Iran, Steve Witkoff said yesterday that continued enrichment is a red line for the U.S. The Iranian foreign minister says that's going to continue no matter what. How committed is the U.S. to that red line, and what's the next step for the next round of talks?
We are 100% committed to that red line. The President, Special Envoy Witkoff, Secretary Rubio have made that incredibly clear, not just to the American public, but also in those discussions that Special Envoy Witkoff has had directly with the Iranians.
And the next round of talks?
I don't have an update for you, but we can get one. to the back row. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
South Africa's president says he's going to come to the White House to meet with President Trump on Wednesday. What are the president's expectations for that trip? And South Africa's president recently said he believes the folks that have been resettled here recently are cowards running away from problems in South Africa. Does the White House have a response to that?
So I did see the South African president put out that statement. I want to confirm on our end with our Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and we'll get back to you on that. Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. You mentioned the President and the First Lady are signing the historic Take It Down Act this afternoon. I'm curious to know, what are some of the repercussions or consequences for these online platforms or perpetrators that won't comply with the act?
Well, what this bill does, it takes the initial step to ensure that prosecutors are able to take down, that's why it's called the Take It Down Act, platforms that are allowing this sexually explicit content on their platform. So it gives them more leeway to go after them as they see fit. But as for specific repercussions, I would defer you to the Department of Justice of how they plan to implement this bill once it is signed later today. Brian.
Yes, thank you. You said in your opening statement you talked about this MAGA baby savings account. Exactly how would that work? Who would be eligible for it? I'm assuming women would be eligible for that.
Yes, so one of the provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill, as I said, this is a very pro-family piece of legislation. Not only does it increase the child tax credit, but it also includes MAGA baby savings accounts for children that are born before January 1st, 2024, under 8 years old, U.S. citizens, and have at least one parent with a valid Social Security number. And when this tax provision becomes law, the child, if the parents seek to do this, will be January 1st, 2020. Baby savings accounts for children that are born before January 1st, 2024, under 8 years old, U.S. citizens, and have at least one parent with a valid Social Security number. And when this tax provision becomes law, the child, if the parents seek to do this, will be set up with a savings account. Essentially, it's a 401k for a newborn baby, and child's relatives, their parents.
It's actually not that bad of an idea. I don't think it'll have. Is it going to have any interest on the savings? Is it going to be invested in like the S&P 500? Or is it just going to sit there and devalue with inflation? If it's one of the first two, I like it a lot. If it's the third, it's really not going to be worth anything once they're of age.
Can contribute up to.
They'll be able to buy like a dinner. That's what it'll be worth.
Per year, their parents can contribute up to $5,000 per year of after-tax dollars annually to that account. And then later in the baby's life, at age 25, savings account holders can withdraw up to the full balance of the account. Upon reaching 30, the account holders can access the full balance of the account for any purpose desired. So it's a great.
It's almost like a trust fund. Hopefully they do not just do it with no interest. Hopefully it's a high yield savings, or it's like it acts as an IRA would, a Roth IRA or a 401k, where you could at least invest it in, like even if you could invest it in gold or silver and just back it in these non-inflationary like metals to combat inflation. So the dollar just doesn't continue to go down as they print and print and print. That's the only way this really makes sense. I mean,
great initiative for new parents, new mothers who want to set up this savings account for their children. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump and his top economic aides have repeatedly said that Americans will not pay the cost of tariffs. In fact, last week, LIQUIDITY said people have to drop the, quote, silly arguments that consumers would pay the cost. But over the weekend, as you know, the president posted that Walmart should eat the tariffs and not charge the value customer anything. I'll be watching, and so will your customers. So does he acknowledge that if companies don't absorb the full cost, Americans will have to pay?
Well, first of all, the CEO of Walmart made those comments about the tariffs on an earnings call where CEOs, I believe, are legally obligated to give the most dire warnings and forecasts to their investors and stakeholders. The reality is, as the president has always maintained, Chinese producers will be absorbing the cost of these tariffs. And that is why China was so quick to hustle to the negotiating table with the United States of America. They need our markets, they need our consumers, and I would again point you to the inflation report that came out last week showing that inflation is declining in large part because energy prices are dropping across the board in this country because of the president's robust energy agenda that he has taken since January 20th. So the president is committed to ensuring that prices remain low for American consumers, and he maintains the position that foreign countries will absorb these tariffs.
What does he mean by "I'll be watching" to Walmart?
He'll be watching, seeing what they're doing. Jennifer.
On the gift plane from Qatar, 3 things. Is there a timeline for the U.S. receiving that plane? Do you know how long it will take to retrofit the plane to presidential standards? And thirdly, has the intelligence community, security folks, have they weighed in on whether that plane can actually be secured to presidential standards?
I'm glad you brought up this question because I was watching the American press spew a lot of misinformation about the plane donation last week when we were abroad.
Before she confirms these facts and gives more insight, my first initial thought was bribe. Even though I am more for Trump, I'm on definitely that side. Bribe, like $400 million plane, like what? That's my first thought. Now let's get some insight.
Let's be very clear. The government of Qatar, the Qatari family, has offered to donate this plane to the United States Air Force, where that donation will be accepted according to all legal and ethical obligations. It will be retrofitted to the highest of standards by the Department of Defense and the United States Air Force. This plane is not a personal donation or a gift to the President of the United States. And everyone who wrote that last week should go and correct their stories because this is a donation.
Fake news got me. I bought into that. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I didn't fully buy into it, but I was like, why $400 million plane? Trump, come on, man. Come on, man.
To our country and to the United States Air Force. As for a timeline, because it is the United States Air Force that is accepting the plane, I would defer you to them for specifics because the president, frankly, has nothing to do with it. It's the Air Force's project to take on. Sure. Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Caroline. Did the president call fiscal conservatives who were hesitant to vote for the big, beautiful bill? And if so, what did they say? What did he say?
I don't reveal the president's private discussions unless he gives me the liberty to, but he has been engaged in this process. He spoke to the Speaker of the House, and he will continue to make those phone calls if it's necessary for him. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline.
I'll go to both of you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Any updates on Greenland? Will the president be making any trips, and do we have any details you can share with us?
I don't have any future foreign trips to read out for you. We just returned home from one. But the president maintains the reasoning for Greenland's strategic purposes in the Arctic, and he continues to remain committed to the idea of obtaining Greenland in whatever means we can to advance our national security interests in the region. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question. Was Lebanon part of the discussions during the Middle East tour, and did you meet with any Lebanese representatives?
To my knowledge, the president did not meet with any representatives from Lebanon, although he did talk about the election that they recently had there and how he hopes that Lebanon can come to a more peaceful place in their country and that we drive out Hezbollah, Iranian-backed Hezbollah proxies in Lebanon to ensure peace and prosperity in that country and also for the greater Middle Eastern region. And I would just add to that before I wrap up, because the president's call will begin in a few minutes. The president's historic tour to the Middle East last week truly reset our foreign policy agenda in that region. I think actually, in fact, the Washington Post had a headline, President Trump remakes U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. And that's absolutely true.
Wow, even the Washington Post posted something positive. That's rare.
True. He took a courageous and bold step to lift sanctions on Syria. He strengthened our ties with our Gulf partners, and he put Iran into a very difficult position because the United States of America is back. And I will summarize the president's trip with an anecdote that I heard directly from a member of one of the foreign delegations. I asked him how hopeful their country was when they learned President Trump won the election. And he told me when President Trump won the election, it was like the lights turned on in a dark room. For the past 4 years to the rest of the world, America was dark. We were unresponsive. We did not pick up the phone. We did not return calls. All of that has changed under the leadership of this president. And I think the world saw that last week with this historic and wildly successful trip. And the work continues. The president will be speaking to President Putin at 10 a.m. and we'll have a readout for you after that call. And we'll see you in the Rose Garden at 3 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
Well, one thing's for sure. The mindset and just psychology of Americans were just in the dumps after that assassination attempt on in July. I believe it was in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. After Trump stood up, fight. I mean, after that, the morale of the country just started just exponential, just climbing. Now we're just still climbing up. The not all good news, but it's mostly good news, and he is doing more and he's acting more than any other president I've seen. I believe he is still on a phone call. Zelensky spoke to Trump by phone before the Trump-Putin call Monday. He is still on the phone with Putin. This is coming up on 2 hours. Q's going nowhere. We have the previous day close at 21,506. We have a pivot point to the downside at 21,415. Just slowly grinding up. Don't really want to take any trades here. It's kind of just ranging right now. Very low volatility. Market is going nowhere. No real trades to take. Could have started along in this consolidation. I really don't like trading consolidation. Q's trying to go for that gap fill now. Just staying patient, waiting. No trade to take. I'll be starting a short after it closes this gap. Up 5,600 across 5 accounts, blue 1 account. Just waiting for the trade. No real trade to take right now. Broke through this range. Waiting until it closes this gap. This is the previous day close on Friday. This is Friday's close at 21,506. Waiting for the market to hit that, maybe overshoot a bit, then start a short. Has a lot of support from this consolidation. Lots of support. Waiting for the trade. There's no reason for FOMO. No reason to overtrade. Came up with the plan. Waiting for the execution. Waiting for the setup. There is no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No reason. Just take a trade to take it. If you're enjoying, make sure you follow, subscribe, like the video. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. And Q is about to create a new high, pushing for that gap, 30 points off from the gap fill. Waiting until it closes the gap. Waiting for the gap fill. We are up 5,600 across 5 accounts. Blew 1 account today. Just waiting for a trade, waiting for the setup. Very low volatility. Market was in a chop zone for the past hour. Now it's pumping up. Very slow. Very slow. ES is coming down a little bit. NQ is down 0.1% on the day. ES down 0.08, almost flat. Nvidia close to going green. Tesla down 3.2. Amazon went green. Meta went green. May get in on this pullback. ES 5 points away from filling the gap. NQ 40 points away. Waiting. Trump is still on the phone call with Putin. He has been on the phone call for 2 hours now. NQ is pulling back, barely created a new high. Waiting for the right setup. May join along soon. I really think it wants to fill this gap from Friday's close. We have a pivot point and the gap at 21,506. We have a pivot point to the downside at, let me look here, kind of at it now. I'm on Bitcoin. Okay. Hold on. We have a pivot point at 21,419. Close to this. Looking weak. I still think it wants to close that gap. Bitcoin is down 1.3% on the day. Yes, it's trying to come up. All these. Thinking of joining along. See how the ES reacts. Check for news. UK government. Useless. And Q's coming down a little bit. ES is coming down. Liking a potential long. But this gap fill. They may not fill the gap. It is 12:30. ES looks like it wants to go higher. Very low volatility. What account am I on? 5. Let's switch accounts. Go to this one. We're going to start too long. In with too long. Down 50. ES looks weak. And Q 5-minute looks weak. Down 100. And Q 30-minute looks weak. This could go down. Create a higher high. Looking for a bounce off this trend line, off the 21 EMA. It's bouncing off the 21 EMA now. I will be adding at this trend line a little bit. Probably full port around this 21,425 level. Full port around here. Down to 100, 2 contracts long. Waiting to add. Very low volatility. Waiting. ES looks like it wants to go higher. What is it? BTC, what do you mean, Yoda? What am I trading right now? NQ futures up 100, up 150, up 200. 2 contracts long, 2 NQ mini contracts long. ES, that could have been manipulation pop to send it lower. Gotta be careful. What do you mean, Yoda? Are you trading or are you just watching? Down 100. Very low volatility, giving it a lot of time. This is going to take a lot of time, most likely. Trump is still speaking to Putin. So that could blow this account. It could make a lot of money in this account any second. Down 200, down 250. If you're enjoying, if you're learning what not to do, what to do, follow, subscribe, like the video, comment, say what's up, ask me anything. I'm open book. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. ES consolidating. NQ looks like it wants to come up. Up 50. Up 100. Up 150. 2 contracts long. Just waiting. The US. Eastern part of US. I'm not going to say exactly, but where are you from? You from the US or no? Consolidating. Very low volatility. We got the pivot point, which is the previous day gap. Gap fill on Friday at 21,506. We have a pivot point at this high at 21,435. I will be adding when it gets to this high. Unless it just shoots up. Consolidating above the 21 EMA. About to test it. It is for me currently 12:38 EST. Up 50 again. Yes is looking bullish. Up 100. Up 100, up 200. And with 2 contracts long, waiting for the pump. Waiting for the pump. Come on. Come on. It's not looking great. No news, no Trump tweets. ES is slowly grinding up. It's gonna take a while, boys. It's gonna take a while. Very low volatility. I'll be looking at again around this. Honestly, probably add 2 around this trend line, full port around this 21,435 if it comes down. Looking for this to go all the way up 50 points. May not. Probably going to take forever. Very low volatility. Market is barely moving. Q pulling back to that 21 EMA again. Bitcoin's down 1.4%. Nvidia down 0.5%. Tesla down 3%. Google down 1%. Amazon slightly up. ES is coming down. Low divergence from the NQ. Giving it some time, giving it some room. Down 200. Tested that trend line. Adding 2. A little late of an add. And with 4 contracts long, down 400. Breaking that trend line. Get ready to full port. ES is coming down. Probably going to take another leg lower. Let me check news. Down 300, 4 contracts long. Looking for a bounce. It's still treating that 21 EMA as support, trying to break it now. Down 500. Is what account am I on? Okay. May have found some support. Looking for a bounce. Very slow moving market. Been in this trade now for 8 minutes. Yes, looks like I found support. Giving us some time. Down 100. Trying to bounce. Looks like it's, ooh. Yes, it's bouncing up 300. And with 4 contracts long, looking for a bounce. That could have been manipulation, pump up to send it lower. This account is at risk. Not touching the 5 accounts with profit. This is a brand new account. Up 300, looking very bullish. Looking for a higher pump. Very bullish momentum. Could be manipulation to send it lower. Could be legit. Not sure. Putin, my conversation with Trump was very meaningful. The call was very, very informative, helpful. That's pretty positive news. The phone call is concluded. We'll see what Trump says. This could blow the account. This could make a lot in the account. We will see. Trump stated his position on ceasefire. -3, -400. This is about to get very volatile. This is very risky right now. Trump says one thing, go 200 points either way. This account is, Trump said Russia favors peaceful resolution of Ukraine crisis. The truth. Up 100. Trump says something positive. We are filling that gap. Russia ready to work with Kiev on a memorandum of future peace talks. Okay, I'm liking this. This could go bad at any moment. News is being posted as we speak. Ceasefire with Ukraine is possible once agreements are reached. That's pretty bullish. Come on. Looking for a pump up. S&B chairman, S&B tolerates negative inflation rate in short term. -100. Giving it time, giving it some room. And with 4 contracts long, looking for a pop-up. I'm liking the odds. Up 300, taking 1. Memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. Taking 2 on that pop. I'm going to take 1 more on that trend line test. A little more. Little more. Taking 1 there. I'm going to let 1 run. I'm going to put a stop.
Order submitted.
Moving stop down. Giving it room. I'm going to put stop break even. I'm going to give it max room. This could go either way. I'll trail it all the way up. We are $570 green in the account so far. Put this break even. We'll be up 300 either way in the account. Russia and Ukraine must find compromises that suit both. Looking for this to go all the way to the gap fill on Friday. This is Friday's close at 21,506. Looking for that to go all the way. I will be trailing it all the way. Been in this trade so far for 8, 12, 14 minutes. About to get stopped out. If you're enjoying, like, comment, subscribe, follow the channel. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. for market open EST. This could go very green. Just go to the gap fill. Go to your hole. Go in the hole. Root causes of crisis should be eliminated. That's very positive from Putin. Come on. Go, go. No. Opposite way. Opposite way. Don't do it. Stop is break even. Up 130. Looking for this to go all the way to the gap fill. Come on. Looking for a Trump tweet. It wants to go. Come on. ES is pumping up. U.S. Department of Energy to issue final warnings on pending applications to export LNG to countries without a free trade agreement with the U.S. Up 300, 1 contract, up 400. Let's go. Let's go. Break the trend line. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. Come on, chat. Send it higher, chat. Let's go, chat. Send it to the gap fill, chat. 1 for gap fill. 2 for short. 1 for gap fill. 2 for short. Let's go. Up 300, 1 contract. ES is 3 points away from the gap fill. And Q is 30 points away. Come on. Come on. Moving stop. Moving stop to these highs. Securing 10 points with this contract. I'm liking this volatility. I'm going to give it room. Give it room. ES is about to fill gap. Looking pretty bullish. May get stopped out. Exports LNG from the U.S. is in the interest of the American public. No news from Trump. All Putin so far. I'm going to move stop up. Probably should give it more room, but I'm going to securing 13 points. Up 840 in the account so far. Up 500 with 1 contract. Up 25 points on the trade so far with this 1 contract. Waiting for Trump. Once Trump tweets that it's positive news, this is going to the gap fill or it's going straight down. Either way. Don't stop me out. Come on. Quiz 2025 growth will be lower than expected. Let's go, chat. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Who's taking this trade with me? Who's green? Who's profiting? Who's banking? Very green today, chat. Very green. Let's go. Let's go. It's looking bullish. NQ5 man looks like he wants to break out. I'm liking this a lot. I'm liking this a lot. NQ just created a new high. Come on. I'm giving this full room. I'm not going to move stop up for a little bit. ES just closed the gap. Looking for the NQ to close the gap. If this wicks up, I'm closing this count and going in short. That is very high risk and not something anyone else should do. This is not financial advice, only for educational and entertainment purposes only. Do not follow me. Up 700 with one contract. Up 1100 in the account. I am moving stop up right below this high. I said I wasn't going to. I'm securing some points. Securing 26 points. About to get stopped out. Just go to your home. Go to your home. Go to the gap fill. Let's go. Let's go. Don't do it. You are super bullish right now. Don't do it. About to get stopped out. You're about to get stopped out. Just go to the gap fill. Stop playing around. Don't play these games. Don't play these games. Up 650, one contract long, locked in for. We are up a total of 1,050 in this account. Looking for this gap to be filled at 21,506. We're about to get stopped out. It's tapping this high. Come on, act as support. Come on. 6 points away from getting stopped. NQ 5 minutes looking bullish. Trump has not said anything that could be spooking the market. Poon said the conversation, the phone call this morning with Trump that lasted around 2.5 hours went super good. Market's pumping. Come on, close the gap. 15 points away from closing the gap. NQ's coming up. I'm liking this a lot. Liking this a lot. Getting ready. Hand is on the button to close on this quick wick up. If it happens. Getting ready. Getting ready. Little hesitation. 10 points away. 20 points away. A little more. A little more. Closing it. Locked in. 1,400 in that account. Rotating. Getting ready to short. I need to go to this one. Getting ready to short. Giving a little room. I want to see what Trump says about this news if he does. Get rid of some of these trend lines. Gap is finally closed from Friday's close. Very green today. Very, very green, chat. Yes, fill the gap. Bitcoin's down 1.1% on the day. ES is turning green. NQ's flat. ATR's at 13. Nvidia's down 0.2%. Tesla's down 2.8%. Looking for a little overextension. And then I'll get in short. I also kind of want to wait for Trump's response. White House official, Trump's call with Putin has ended. Looking for his response. We also have Fed speakers at 1:15, 1:30, 2:45. We have Trump at bill signing ceremony at 3 p.m. NQ hit that gap. Hit that gap fill. And just pulled back. Let's look for pivot points. We have a pivot point of 512 and 530. Call them. Beyond that, we have pretty good resistance at 21,670. Way up here. I do not think we're going to get there. Trump says one thing though. This could go up 1,000 points or down. Gotta be ready. Any giveaways, G? TXM, come on, man. I'm still building, man. I'm creating a lot of software right now. A lot of profit goes there. Soon, you guys will be able to beta test this simulation software to see if you're interested in trading. A lot of people have asked, like, they're trying to get into trading, they don't know. The simulation software will be specifically for you guys. Built by me. I have a working version right now, tweaking a little bit, should be ready by next Monday. We will see, at least for beta testing. We'll do giveaways soon. Not quite yet. ES is coming down. I appreciate the support though. Soon, TXM. Got a lot of stuff to sort. You guys are enjoying, follow, subscribe, like the channel, comment, ask me anything you want. I am an open book. Anything you want to know, why I took a trade here, what indicators do you use, anything you guys want to know. I do not mind answering. Bitcoin climbing up. NQ trying to go green on the day. Nvidia trying to go green. Really trying to wait for the next trade till Trump makes a statement. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, did say there would be a statement after the phone call. Putin already made his statement, very positive. Did not confirm anything he said. Memorandum with Ukraine may include truce terms. Russia ready to work with Kiev on a memorandum of future peace talks. My conversation with Trump was very meaningful. The call was very, very informative and helpful. The NQ is now above Friday's close, testing these pivot points. Probably start a short soon. I really would like to read Trump's statement before I do. If I get in this short, this is very high risk. Very extremely high risk. The count is likely gone. Not yet. It's on the docket. It's on the docket, TXM. Planning on creating a Discord, Telegram. I need to rework the stream overlays. I don't love this. There's a lot in the works. I'm creating a trading practice test / simulation like I was talking about. I'm going to create a mentoring program. I'm going to create risk software so you can identify risk. What else? Trading bot, in my own indicator, trading journal. Maybe news. Yeah, there's a lot to still do. Big things coming. Big things coming. And it's only just starting, so. NQ hesitating a bit. Didn't quite reach that pivot point of 21,530. Trump has still not released his statement from the Putin phone call. I do not like how slow they are. He may... Okay. He may wait. He has a... Okay. At 3 p.m., he's at a bill signing ceremony. He may wait till then. At 4:30, he's at law enforcement event. And at, what is that, 7, he's at a Kennedy State dinner. TXM says, I can be one of the mentors if you need one, but I trade SMC though. I don't know if you're talking about mentoring me. I don't need a mentor, but I mean, depends, but I don't really, I like doing stuff on my own for the most part. But if you're talking about like joining as a third party to help teach people on the platform, I'm kind of down for that. If like you have verifiable proof, like you're profitable a certain amount, you know how to trade, you have certain like, man, I just don't want to allow anybody to be teaching people. You have to have certain qualifications. I'm sure you get that. I mean, I can't just allow someone who's traded for one day once the software is created, so. Party. Okay. Alright, sweet. Let me look up your channel. There's really no trade to take right now, chat. No trade to take right now. Could start short at this pivot point once it hits it. Really would like to wait until Trump releases his statement. DXM, do you not post on social media? Do you not trade live? But and also, do you mean you trade the S&P, not SMC? And if it is the SMC, what do you mean? I'm not familiar with that. Looking a little weak, may start a short. This would be a very extremely high risk short. This, like, the account is 7 out of 10 likely to blow. Kind of liking it though. Maybe even higher. Maybe even higher. NQ is looking very bullish off the Putin news. I do not think Trump's going to release a statement. I need to find new pivot points. We have a pivot point at 21,568. Somewhere there. DXM, if you want, you can send me a DM on Instagram. My link's in the description. Send me a DM if you can. I don't know my DM settings actually. Let me see. And when the software is created for the mentor, I'll consider you as the first option. I'll go through your stuff. Yeah, you can request. Just send me a DM over there, and once the software is created, I mean, we're talking simulation software should be done by next week. May do the mentorship sometime after that. I mean, we're probably talking maybe a month, maybe 3 weeks. There's a lot of fine tuning to do. NQ is pulling back. Liking the weakness. Sending too short, in with too short. It is right at this pivot point. It can bounce, and I'll be adding at this pivot point. You trade smart money concepts. I am not an influencer, hence I haven't been posting on my channel, but I will show you what I can do. I just send me a DM on Instagram because I don't believe you can DM through YouTube. I think they took that. I think they took that away a while ago. I know you can't do certain things. Up 100, 2 contracts short. Looking for a pullback. We are up around 100 points. It's climbed up. ES looks like it wants to go higher. We're probably going to be full porting this account at this pivot point. This is a very high risk short. Very high risk. Account is likely to blow. You should not be following me. You should be holding your own trade conviction, trading your own plan, assessing your own risk. Up 100, 2 contracts. It's bouncing at this pivot point. Down 40. If this account blows, I'll be moving to a higher value account after it blows. And I'll be going in short. ES is curling up. NQ and ES went green, so this is extremely high risk. Up, down 300. This account is likely gone. If the second account blows, I will be done for 5 minutes, taking a break, reassessing, and then we'll reevaluate and enter a trade then, potentially. I do not want to be on the wrong side for too long of this. It is trending up. Markets are going green. Nvidia is slightly up. There's a potential for a pullback. I'm looking for that. We will see. Down 250. Let me look. The Williams R120 day is very overbought on the ES 1 minute. RSI is overbought. Same with the NQ 3 hour. Same for the 30 minute. Down 500. I'll be adding on this pivot point spike. Giving it some room. Very bullish right now. Extremely bullish. Down 400, down 10 points. Staying patient, giving it some room. This is a very high risk trade. ES does look like it wants to come down. May take one more leg up. Hit this pivot point, then have a little bounce. I would have usually added to there. It's just super bullish. Very good news. I'd rather wait to add at that pivot point. Down 100. Looking for a pullback. It could just consolidate here also and go up. Like I said, very extremely high risk trade. I am willing to lose this account. Are you? Yes, is pulling back. NQ 5 minute looking weak. Really go either way. I think it wants to take one more leg up. It also depends if Trump releases that statement. We have one Fed's talking as we speak. That's probably going to create a little bearish news. If you're liking this chaos, make sure you follow, subscribe, hit the like button. Looking to trade all day today. Up. I don't even know how much we're up. 25, 5, 6. Up almost 700 on the day across 6 accounts. Lost 1 account today. 6 green. This is a very high risk trade. Not loving it. Probably gonna have to full port. Yes, is dropping. We'll see how it reacts around this 21,530 pivot point. We're up 50. 2 contracts short, up 200. Come on, full reject, full reject. Up 200. Looking for a full rejection of this pivot point. Maybe go down all the way to the 20 EMA. Taking 1 at 3. Little slow. Little slow on that execution. I do not love this, so I'm going to put a stop. I do not trade with stops normally. I don't want to be against this Trump news. Up 200 on 1. I'll trail it tight if it hits this pivot point. May get stopped out here. Once it hits this pivot point, at 21,515. I'll trail it very tight. It's looking very bullish. ES is bouncing. We're about to get stopped out if I had to guess, which I'm okay with.
Order filled.
And stopped. Made 113 in that account. I am perfectly fine with that. Could have secured 600. I'm all right with that. This is pretty bullish. I'm gonna stay patient. Fed Logan is speaking. Fed Logan does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook in prepared remarks. Okay, so he's sticking to the script. He said treasury and money markets are strong, not invulnerable. Leverage in treasury trades at non-banks is cause for concern. The use of discount window appropriate for healthy banks. Okay, so he's just sticking to the script. All hindsight, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. This is very bullish news. I do not want to be against trend. I'd rather trade with trend. Could join along at that 21 EMA. I like how it's at this pivot point, at this kind of candle high consolidation area. Could bounce. I think there's going to be a bounce before that and go to this pivot point though. Especially if Trump releases a statement. Just waiting for the setup. Robert says, just came to this channel, Chris. Welcome, Robert. We're very green today. Very green. Last trade was $113. Cut it loose, put a stop. Because that trade was against trend and super high risk. We are up 35, 4, 5, 6. 6,300 across 2, 4, 6, 7 accounts. We lost 1 account today. 7 green though. Not bad, not bad. Looking for more. Volatility has died since, we had a little spike there, but since 10:30, the past couple weeks it's been dying. Today it died. We have a little life in it now. Are you trading, Robert, or no? If you're trading, hopefully you're green or learn a lot of lessons. NQ is testing that pivot point at 21,530. ES is trying to pop up. We did close the gap. Closed the gap and it pulled back 25 points. Pretty overextended today. NQ's green, ES is green, Nvidia's green, 0.1%, Tesla's down 2%, Google down 0.3%, Amazon up 0.3%, Microsoft up 1%, Palantir's down 2.5%, Bitcoin's down 1%. Waiting for Trump's statement. I do not know if it's coming. Caroline Levitt said it was coming. Taking its sweet time, I can tell you that. Putin already said it was a good talk. That's why the market went up and closed the gap. All the indicators are overextended. On the ES 1 minute, the Williams R 120 day is overbought. The RSI is neutral territory below the MA inside of it. On the NQ 30 minute, we are overbought territory on the normal RSI and the Williams R 120 day. And yeah. Not really loving any trades right now. How much did you bank, Robert? Did you bank a lot? Did you get some base hits? Was it a hard day or easy day? Not in love with this. Very low volatility. Market has dropped. We have another Fed speaking in 7 minutes. We have Trump at bill signing ceremony at 3 p.m. NQ looks like it wants to take another leg up. Let me draw some stuff. Let's take very conservative today. It was a hard day. Yeah, I feel that. Just make sure you review. Make sure you introspect. Did you record it at least? You gotta start recording if you haven't. That is perfect feedback. You can come back a couple hours later when you're a little like third person removed, non-emotional, review, see where you went wrong, and adapt, make adaptations for tomorrow. That is the way to go. Thank you. Trying to make another leg up. Yep, absolutely. Sweet. You're ahead of most people if you're recording your trades. Want to be a part of that 1%? 1% club that's profitable? That is the step forward. That's a key step people overlook. It's something you don't even think about in the beginning, though. I mean, I've been trading for a half decade since really the AMC spike, and I didn't start recording till like 5 months ago. And that's when a lot of improvement came. So didn't even think about it. Let's redraw these trend lines. Zoom out. These trend lines up. It's looking very weak. Yeah, I started trading futures, NQ futures on prop firms around 5 months ago, January, 4 months ago, whatever. And I traded solo for until 12 days ago. I figured, why not start social media? Why not build a community of like-minded people, be surrounded by like-minded people, just constantly grow and adapt and elevate with other traders. At least that's the goal. I also have plans on a lot of software, but that really wouldn't be of interest to you because it's kind of for new people, beginners, to see if they want to get into trading. It's kind of a simulation. Yep. NQ did create a lower high. Very slight lower high here. Probably going to come down here. Not 100%. Probably something like this. What kind of setup are you waiting for now? That is a good question. I really don't like trading low volatility consolidation. That's kind of where it's leaning towards now. I could start an account long when it hits this 21 EMA and pivot point, which that's where it's kind of heading. I could start short if it goes up and tests this pivot point in a high of range at 21,560. There's really good long opportunity if it comes all the way down to 21,478 at this high. Besides that, I'm kind of just waiting. No real trade opportunity I like. Really don't like it right now. I do not like anything right now, to be honest. That could change at any minute, though. I like trading extremes. I like trading high volatility pump. So if this candle right here, for instance, pumps up to 21,560 in the matter of a couple seconds or a minute, I'll be going in short. If it goes down quickly, I'll go in long. I like trading the extremes. Knowing my risk, though, that's the most important. I know that these accounts can blow, and I rotate to higher value accounts. The more blow, you know. Limiting the account blows to like 3 or 4, depending on how good the setup is. So far, haven't had to trade an Apex 300K today, but I usually blow. Last week, I blew 2 accounts in one straight line. Put in a Apex 300K and then took that for profit. So it just depends. S&B chairman, don't even know how to pronounce his name. We cannot rule out negative interest rates. This guy is fear-mongering. Trump has not posted anything about the Putin call. ES is coming down. Nvidia went slightly red. Hey, Robert, you should not be following me. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only. I'm not a financial advisor. This is high risk stuff. Especially the last trade. The last trade was extreme risk. You should hold your own conviction. Make sure you have your own risk mitigation and what you're willing to lose. I'm sure you already do, but have your own plan, execute your own plan, hold your convictions. You guys are liking the stream so far. If you're liking these trades, make sure you subscribe, follow, like the video, comment, say what's up in chat. I'm an open book. Ask me anything you want. I am live every day at 9:30 a.m. for Market Open EST. Volatility has dropped again after that Putin news. We had a spike right there, probably news. Hold on. What do we get? What do we get? That could be manipulation to send it lower. Trump said, just completed my 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. I believe it went very well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties, as it can only be because they know details of a negotiation that nobody else would be aware of. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over, and I agree. Yeah, we have some time, and I agree. There is a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of jobs and wealth. It potentially is unlimited. Likewise, Ukraine can be a great beneficiary on trade in the process of rebuilding its country. Negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately. I have so informed President Vladimir Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, whatever, of Ukraine. Something in Ukrainian, President of the European Commission, President Emmanuel Macron of France, Prime Minister Georgia, blah, 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 of Germany, and President of Finland during a call with me immediately after the call with President Putin. The Vatican, as represented by the Pope, has stated that it would be very interested in hosting the negotiation. Let the process begin. Very bullish. Very bullish. Very bullish news. Definitely uptrend. NQ green 0.1%. ES green 0.1%. Nvidia starting to go green 0.1%. Tesla is still down 2.2%. Google down slightly. Amazon down 0.5%. Microsoft up 1%. Give this a little time. Bitcoin down 1.1%. ES is coming down a little bit. Very bullish news. It's probably going to consolidate here. Maybe have a little spike. Volatility's up. Very bullish. But when it's very bullish like this, NQ loves to manipulate people. So like it did right now. 2 minutes, sent it up like it's going to shoot to the stars and then rip it straight down to rip the long's faces off. So you got to be careful of the NQ manipulation if you're trading the NQ. Trump will be speaking in an hour and a half at 3 p.m. at a bill signing ceremony. Don't know if he'll be taking questions. Usually does. I'm liking the bull case. This consolidation right here. I'm liking it. What do we think, chat? What do we think? 1 for a long, 2 for a short. What do we think? It's in this consolidation zone. We have that pivot point at 21,560. It's consolidating around pivot point now. We have a pivot point to the downside, a couple of them. The first one at 21,515, second one at 21,505, and the major support at this high at 21,478. Jervin asks, why NASDAQ and not Bitcoin? That is a good question. I've thought about it. I traded it for a little bit. I didn't fully like it. Could start trading it now. It offers a lot more flexibility trading crypto because it's 24/7. It's still heavily dependent on news though. I don't know. I really don't have a good answer for that. I'm just staying out of crypto for right now. Yeah, I really don't have a good answer for that. I'm just trading NQ for now. I've thought about it though, because it offers that 24/7 trading. I've thought about trading all the market opens throughout the countries. Trading Australia's open, Japan's open, China's open, the European open, Canada's open, even though I don't know about the Canada one. I actually don't even know if Canada, I'm sure they do. It's like I didn't even know every country had a market open, but I found that out. Trump says Russia wants a large trade with the US when the war is over. Yada, yada, yada. Trump said, I spoke to NATO leaders after call with Putin. I normally start a short here, but I'm definitely not doing that. This news is extremely bullish. It's also in this consolidation zone. It did create lower high, lower low, lower high. It looks like it's going to create a higher high off this. We have support in this consolidation range, support off this pivot line, pivot point, support off this 21 EMA. Just waiting for the setup. Waiting until I see something I like. I'm from the US in the eastern part. I'm not going to say exact, but eastern part. It is, you can parse it from this, 1:41 p.m. EST. And Q's coming down, testing the 21 EMA. I am going to be here until market close. I was thinking about trading into post market, but I don't know how I feel about that. Usually don't like messing with post market. Very low volatility, which isn't always a bad thing, but probably going to end the stream at market close today, 4 p.m. 2 hours and 20 minutes away. Liking a possible long. Trying to wait for a little more confirmation. Same here, Chris. I am from NE as well. Well, I'm not from NE, but I'm close. Very close. Yep, every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. I am live. If you guys want to know when, turn on your notifications, subscribe, click the bell, follow the channel, comment, say what's up. I am live every day. ES is having a little weakness. NQ 30 minutes looking a little heavy. NQ 5 minute looks like it wants to come down. It's in this consolidation. It's consolidating at the 21 EMA. Little bullish. Kind of in the middle. Oh, okay. You meant any northeast. Okay. So how much are you up, Robert? Couple hundred, couple thousand. You say you traded pretty conservatively. What's it looking like? Did you only trade one account? Did you trade multiple accounts? I'm liking a potential long. Does look like it's coming down though. As soon as I said that, the ES printed like it wanted to come down. NQ's testing that 21 EMA again. Yeah, I was in and out. I do not copy trade. I am 1K green on a few accounts. Sweet. Glad you locked that profit in though, right? Definitely does not hurt to just walk away. I mean, before I started live streaming, I had a pretty much hard out at 11:30. 11:30 a.m. when volatility dropped, I was out. No matter if I was down or up. Yeah, I do not want to lose what I gained today. Yep. Why do you think I don't overtrade? I wait for the setup. Right now, I wouldn't mind starting a long. Also having a little divergence from the ES and NQ. Waiting for the trade. Let me make sure I have my accounts lined up. Yeah, we'll trade the same one. Rotate to that one. All right. We are just waiting. You guys know why I don't want to take a long here, right? I mean, look at this NQ 30 minute. It filled this gap. This is the Friday close. This purple line at 21,506. Closed that gap, went a little above it. Now it's printing like it wants to go lower. We had very good news though, so this is definitely an uptrend. Gotta be careful. Very positive news. Everything's turning slightly green. This was all red this morning. Bitcoin down 1%. Let's look at the indicators. Williams R 120 day on the ES 1 minute coming down. The RSI is below the MA inside of it. That's pretty bearish. Everything's curling over. The NQ 30 minute, Williams R 120 days curling. RSI is curling. Overbought. What's up, you got? You said I was up 5K on my eval and I blew my accounts. Did you just do it on this run up? No way, man. Were you recording so you can introspect and review? Please tell me you were recording, or at least if you were not recording, you need to write down what went wrong. Study that chart, write down what went wrong when it's fresh, and then in a couple hours when you're like a little removed and a little less emotional, go back to your notes and write down what your thoughts, you know? Yeah, today I took pictures. Okay. Okay. Just make sure you write down your thought process, how much you lost, what went wrong, what you could do next time, and then a couple hours later, when you're removed from the emotion of that loss, you come back and you review them notes, and then you write something else. You know, you need to introspect. You need to learn from losses, guys. You either profit or you learn. And there are no missed opportunities, no room for FOMO. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. I will be starting a long if this comes down to 21,475, this level, this high. This comes down here, I'll be starting a long. Get rid, actually. Don't mind. Hold on. Move this fib. This fib's not really going to be accurate for today. Draw a new one. Let me draw a new fib. Do it. We'll do it here. That's a little more accurate. What just happened? Okay. You said appreciate you. You live every day. I'm live every day at 9:30 EST for market open. Every day. If you cannot join the live streams, I post 3 shorts a day. 2 in the mornings before I'm live, and then 1 in the afternoon around 4 to 6 p.m. Today will be a little 4:30, 5 p.m. I'll post a short. ES is crashing down. NQ 30 minutes printing like it wants to go lower. NQ 5 minutes close to the 21 EMA on it. Getting some support from this pivot point. I do not want to, I really don't want to risk too many accounts today. I could start a short here, willing to blow the account and then start another account. Maybe tomorrow. Playing a little more conservative today. I will probably up the risk tomorrow. ES is finding some support off the 100-day MA. NQ 5 minutes bouncing. NQ 2 minutes bouncing. Does look bullish. We have a Fed talking in an hour and 8 minutes. Trump is at a bill signing ceremony. This is something to look at, guys. Right here. This is the smart money / dumb money confidence. or as I like to call it, institutional versus retail. The institutional on this market pullback was all the way leveraged up, all the way bought on the pullback, as usual. The smart money, aka retail, the dumb money, aka retail, oversold, fear sold at the bottom, and now is over leveraging while the institutional is selling. Now the institutional is curling a little bit, but they are selling as it rises, so something to keep in mind. U.S. House Speaker Johnson, we are almost there on the tax bill. I am very confident we will get this done. NQ popped up, tapped that 21 EMA, and now is rejecting. I will be starting a long near this high, near 21,475. Johnson says we have a few issues on tax bill we need to resolve. NQ testing that pivot point. Looks like it wants to come down. ES looks like it wants to come down. Test this 200-day SMA. NQ close to the 100 MA. We have the VWAP at 21,346 on the NQ. Waiting for the opportunity. May get a bounce here. Really think it wants to take one leg lower. This news is extremely bullish though. Extremely bullish. The markets are teeter-tottering on going negative right now. I'm going to guess something like this. Could bounce here. A lot of support. ES is close to that gap that it filled. NQ's tapping the gap that it filled. Could bounce here, could reject. Giving it some time. NQ trying to reject that pivot point. ES below the 100-day MA. NVIDIA turned slightly green. Speaker Johnson is done speaking. Looks like the NQ wants to bounce here. May start long. Is it? It's close to 2 p.m. Not 100% confident in this long. Really think he wants to come a leg lower. Not sure, chat. Not sure. Okay. Yes, looks like it's trying to go down. NQ may break this pivot point. Okay. NQ broke that pivot point. Yes, coming down. We will be starting a long, or I will be starting a long around 21,485. This is not financial advice. Do not follow me. Hold your own trade convictions. Trade your own strategy. Looking for a long at this high. Close to it. May not get there, and that is fine. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. So if that doesn't work, then we'll trade the next one. No rush. ES is slowly grinding down with very low volatility. You think it's going lower? Big short, you think it's going lower? Send a short right now? Yeah? Are you trading? Are you profitable? Are you green today? Did you learn a lot of lessons? Or are you just watching? I appreciate you saying what's up. NQ trying to come up. We're just on a slow grind down right now. Let's get rid of these trend lines. Draw new ones. Go here. Will be joining a long around this level. I don't just trade anything. I don't FOMO. I don't, I don't overtrade for nothing. I'm in the game of making money, not losing money. You throw a trade right now, it could literally go either way. I'm leaning more bullish because of the news today. Trump and Putin got off a phone call. It was very positive. ES does look like it wants to bounce. While we wait, make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, say what's up in the chat, ask me anything. Follow the channel. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. So turn on notifications. ES is trying to bounce. Giving it some space. Yes, popping up. Okay. This could be a bait, could be manipulation. It's on it lower. Let me check news. Give it some time. The Kremlin. Putin. Okay. The Kremlin said Putin and Trump discussed a possible Russia-U.S. prisoner swap. Putin and Trump discussed exchanging 9 Russian and 9 U.S. prisoners. Kremlin, Trump spoke quite emotionally about the prospects for ties with Russia and wants them to be mutually beneficial. Trump said there were impressive prospects for Russian and U.S. ties after the Ukraine conflict. Trump said the U.S. sees Russia as one of the most important trade and economic partners. A Putin-Trump meeting needs careful preparation. Instructions have been given on both sides to do this. Kremlin aide, Trump and Putin agree to continue dialogue over all issues and intend to agree on a personal meeting in the future. No venue has been agreed for a Putin-Trump meeting. Market going nowhere, no volatility. Waiting to join along potentially here. And I say potentially because it is moving like a snail. Kremlin said Trump told Putin he can call him at any time. We also have a Fed speaking. He's speaking a little early. He was scheduled for 2:45. He's speaking now at 2. He says investor confidence is key to whether debt levels are a problem or not. There's more of a question about the U.S. long-term role right now. NQ trying to get above that pivot point. Not sure. Yes, looks like it wants to take another leg down. We are very overbought on the indicators on NQ30. The Williams R 120 day and the normal RSI is overbought. On the ES 1 minute, we are getting into little oversold territory, but not really. It can go a lot more. Looks like we're about to take another leg lower. Kremlin aide, 2 leaders didn't discuss ceasefire timeframe, although Trump stressed his interest in reaching agreements quickly. Trump said sanctions are being prepared in U.S. Senate, but he himself favors agreements and not sanctions. Okay. ES is bouncing a little bit, trying to see. What's up, Inspired by Ola? Are you trading? You just watching? You saying what's up? I appreciate you saying what's up. We are waiting for a trade right now. I'm more and more bullish. Waiting for a trade. NQ 5 minute is tapping and above the 21 EMA on the chart. Looking bullish. Putin welcome results of Trump's Middle East trip. Very low volatility. Extremely low volatility. ES could go either way. It printed like it wanted to go long. Now it's printing like it wants to come down. Thank you for the subscription, Inspired. No trade so far right now. Very low volatility. It's going to take some time. I don't even know about joining along at this pivot point down here anymore. Extremely low volatility. ATR's at 12. It would be an extremely painful long trade if it continues. Could change at any moment though. Staying patient. Yes, may have found support. Yes, is popping a little bit. Okay. Waiting for the trade. And Q coming down. Little divergence from the ES. ES is not coming down that hard at least. Waiting. Let me zoom out. Okay, we have a pivot point at 21,435. ES is coming down, probably test the 200 SMA. And Q about 20 points away from the 200-day SMA. It's at 21,466. Right. This is where I was initially going to take a long. Close to it. Just slowly grinding down. Little hesitant because of this NQ 30 minute. Looks very top heavy. Williams R 120 days, very overbought. RSI, very overbought. NQ 1 minute's all right. Bitcoin down 1%. Markets did go red. NQ down 0.1%. ES basically flat. The VIX volatility index is up 5%. ATR is at 12. Nvidia slightly red. Not enough to worry about. Or mentioned. Tesla down 3%. ES about to hit the 200-day SMA. Let me look. Pretty good support at this 50% level. Comes down. %50 level is pretty good. Support. Bounce could happen. Count in. May join a long soon. Was gonna already be in one, but I'm gonna wait a little longer. Not loving this setup, not loving this low volatility. Waiting for a trade. Like a little lower. Think I'm gonna get it too. Yes, he's bouncing. Q bouncing. Okay. Waiting for the trade, just slowly grinding down. Not really liking it. Probably going to join along around that 50%. I don't like the odds of it working though. Don't love it. Not in love with this setup. We have 45 minutes until Trump speaks. He's doing a bill signing ceremony. NQ dropping down, ES dropping down. Staying patient. ES hit the 200 SMA. This long holds so much risk. Sending too long, very high risk. Looking for the ES to bounce off this 200 SMA. Little impatient right now. Yes is bad, dropping below the 200 SMA. I'll be adding 2 or 3 when it hits that 50%. Getting ready to add. Need a little more to add. Up 20. Looking for a bounce. With 2 contracts long, looking for a bounce. Yes, rejected off the 200 SMA. Down 100. Okay. Up 50. Liking it. Q5 minute looks like it wants to bounce. Yes is looking very weak. We are on a slow grind down right now. ES is trying to bounce. Thanks for the follow, Matab. Hopefully I did not butcher your name. About to add, adding 2. Might have got bad news in with 4 long, down 300. Looking for news. Hold on. No news. And with 7 contracts long, about to full port, down 1,000. Looking for a pop up. It does not have to pop up. This is very high risk. Down 700, down 800. I will be full porting this account on the next volatility spike down. Account may be gone. Looking for a bounce. It looks weak. Very weak. Getting ready to full port. Full port it. 15 contracts long. Looking for a bounce up. Down 500. Yes, looks like it wants to bounce a little bit. Taking 5 off. Looking for a little more. Little more. Yes is bouncing up. Okay. Taking 3 off. Looking for more. More. A little more. Oh, I do not like that. It was in the perfect position before that candle switch. Bounce up. A little more. Come on, bounce. Taking 2. Taking another. Alright, I'm gonna let 3 ride. I'm up 950 in the account so far. Looking weak. May cut it. Trying to give ES some room. I'm out 1 more. In with 2 contracts. Cutting it. ES is looking too weak. I'm all for all. Up 668 in that account. Could have waited. Hindsight. This is hindsight. Now you can say I was low overextended. Could have waited, but I locked in 600. Yes is looking very weak. Below this 200-day SMA. Yes is pulling back. Rotating. Yes. Yes, I am. Chris, are you trading eval accounts with Take Profit Trader? Yes, I am. This one. Trying to get funded this week. Looking very likely. Probably get 5 accounts funded this week. I can pass them easily in 3 days, but when I go to the pro account, I seem to struggle with intraday drawdown. Yeah. Definitely have to trail very tightly when you're funded. Have to keep that trail tight. But also, I mean, just depends on your strategy, you know? I mean, drawdown gets tight, but then it flies up and you're more in profit, it gets larger. So really just depends your strategy. It's all hindsight, boys. This could have tanked another 100 points. That was unlikely though because of this Trump news. Whoever held the conviction and is still in long, congratulations. Hopefully you're trailing it tight with a stop. This does not have to go all the way to the highs. ES is tapping the 200-day SMA. It could literally fall right now. NQ 30 minutes overextended still. Did you trade today, Trim, or no? Make any money? You learn any lessons? In the eval or fund it? Had a lower size on the pro account. The pro account. Solid. Are you above the, well, it depends what account size. Are you above the drawdown? If you're trading a 50K account, are you above that 2,000? If you're trading 150, are you above that 4,500? ES is trying to retake the 200-day SMA. NQ is pumping up. NQ 5 minute is curling up. Not in love with the NQ 30 minute. I will trade 5 lots, but that's where I get off due to the intraday drawdown. Are you trading 5 mini contracts or micros? I mean, you may have to, if you're not trading micros, you may want to step back and trade micros. I mean, it's all your choice at the end of the day. Before stream, I was trading, before I started streaming, I was trading 5 micros. Doing that. That lets you risk a lot, you know, you can, gives you a lot more room. Micros, I trade the 150K account and I'm 1K away from the buffers. Good thing is you don't have a time limit. You're already funded. There's no time limit. You can take months. You can take weeks. Obviously you don't want to do that, but you have a lot of time. How much drawdown are you working with? You're 1K away from being able to take a payout. How much drawdown do you have to trade with? Yeah, I think I need to entertain that idea. NQ looking weak. ES is above the 200-day SMA, coming down. Looking weak. ATR's at 13. NQ has the VWAP at 21,353. Bitcoin's down 1% still. Nvidia going a little more negative, 0.2%. Tesla down 3%. Market slightly red. NQ down 0.2, ES down 0.1. Prim says once we get over the 154,500, we have 4,500 left, but it is end of day then. Yeah, I know. Once you get above that 4,500 though, you should be able to take a payout because it's pro. Let's get rid of these trend lines. Let's clean up the chart. Clean up the chart. Not do that. Yep. Little. Maybe hitting this trend line. Get rid of this. Probably should keep that. Looking very weak. ES is below the 200-day SMA. Trump is speaking in 30 minutes. He's doing a bill signing ceremony. If you guys have not already, follow, subscribe, like the stream, comment, say what's up, ask me anything you want. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. Trim, how much do you have left though in drawdown currently? You didn't really, maybe you said we have 4,500 left, but that's what you start out with. My 3 pro accounts are at, okay. You're doing good. As long as you have enough intraday drawdown. Could take a long here. Not loving it. Everything's slowly bleeding out. Bitcoin's coming down. The whole market's coming down. Slightly. I want to get them to 160 before payout. Your choice. I like taking, when I make a certain amount, I like taking like what I invested out pretty much immediately. But I'm usually funded with multiple accounts, so once one account hits that, I take it out. If I'm really risky, I go for more, but really like taking the initial investment out as soon as possible. NQ is popping up. NQ is about to test that 21 EMA. NQ 5 minute is bouncing. NQ 30 minute is bouncing. ES is above the 200-day SMA. Okay. I'm liking the bull case. We are an hour and a half away from market close. We are 30 minutes away from Trump. Trim, do you usually trade all day? Before streaming, I had a hard out at 11:30. Now I like trading all day. Mostly because of stream. Trying to get a little more trades in. NQ hit that 21 EMA. What do we think, chat? Long or short? 1 for long, 2 for short. Kind of bullish. Trying to wait for a little more confirmation. Yes is above the 200-day SMA. NQ still below that 21 EMA. I think trading all day is the devil's work, haha, but I tend to take a few breaks but stay all day. Do you trade? Are you one of those people who trade aftermarket and pre-market? Are you one of those? Are you one of them? Thank God. Them, I don't know how they do it. Now, I understand when there's like major news like PPI, CPI, you know, some Trump news at like 7:30, 8:30, 9 o'clock. You trade during those volatility spikes. Even that is super risky. Like to me, it's almost unnecessary risk. Now, in the future, I may do that. I may do that for the clip. For a short or something. Just instantly blow an account real quick or instantly get 10,000. But it would be only for a clip. I stay out of those news. ES is pumping. Mace could start short at this pivot point. Let's look. We are above these highs. It consolidated and bounced off the 50% fib. Probably going to take a short around this area. Around 21,505. I will trade sometimes before 8:30, but nothing before 7:30. Yeah. I mean, the way you're talking, you've been trading for a while and you know every hour. What is it? It's 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 5:30, 6. Little at 6:30, 7:30, 8:30. 8's a little bit of a mover, and 9. Each like progression of people's wake up schedules, you just see little spikes of volatility. I'm sure you've already seen it. I actually know you've already seen it. You've at least been trading for a couple years. Pretty much after 2 a.m. every 30 minutes, little spaced out from 2 to 4. Every 30 minutes is a little volatility spike because of people's wake up routines. You know, 4:30, you have the 5:30, you have the 5, just people's routines. Let's draw this trend line. This trend line's not really valid, this bottom one. Yes, I agree with you on that. I have traded my own money for 8 years and only tried these prop firms in the last 3 months. Very similar. Very similar. I've traded for a half decade now. Started on the AMC, GME, all that craze. 100%ed my money on AMC. Just threw everything at it, 100%ed it, sold. And then for the next year, I traded down and slowly lost till I was about break even. Then I went into crypto for a little bit, and now I'm trading NQ futures prop firms for around 5 months now, 4 or 5 months. Started streaming 12 days ago. Wanted to make sure I had value to offer people. It's very important to me. I didn't want to just start trading and no. Wanted to make sure I had value and things to teach people, hopefully give people some tools they don't already have. NQ 5 minutes bouncing, that would have been a beautiful long. I did take a long here and profited. We made 668 in that account, I believe. Could have taken another one. Could have really taken 2 trades here. I missed out on 2 trades. This was a short opportunity. This was another long opportunity. Missed a couple trades. I really didn't love the setup though, so there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. That is the mindset you need. Cannot sit here and just contemplate over a trade over and over and over again. You need to move on and go to the next one as soon as possible. Cannot be one of these people who just keep constantly overthinking. Probably gonna go lower here. ES may want to tap that hard day MA before going lower. Well, you have seen enough to know better now. Yep. Yep. You really need time in the market to just study trends, study what news affects, you know, what news will send you 200 points or 400 points, 1,000 points. You need to really, you know, you just need time in the market to study that. And there's nothing else that'll do that. I'm building a simulator. It may be on par with that experience, but it's really for beginners to test out if this is something they really want to do. I've had a lot of people come in and just say, what are you doing? You know, and then I ask them, do you want to get into trading? They say yes, and they don't know where to start. So I'm building a simulator right now to simulate news events, I don't want to say too much, but it should be ready. I have a working version now, should be ready by Monday for some beta testing. Thank you for the subscription, CG. Hopefully you're getting some value. Hopefully you're learning something or learning what not to do. That's almost more important. At a little high here. Loving that. acting right. Probably gonna have a bounce here unless some news comes. Probably overextend on the trend line. May go to this high. It'll still be a higher low. Right now, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Technically, this is a lower low if you follow the trend, but staying patient, waiting for the setup. Haven't taken a trade in 25, 30 minutes. Coming down. Probably gonna wick through that trend line. It's not fully valid, that trend line. This bottom trend line is not fully valid. So we can get rid of this one though. If this bounces here, I mean, I cannot make that up. That is picture perfect. Someone frame it. Oh wait, it's already framed. ES is bouncing off the 200-day SMA. Oh man. You guys see that prediction? Ain't no way. NQ 30-minute does not look good. That could change. But right now, we got a little curl over. It's trying to come back up. Not loving it. NQ 5 minutes rejecting the 21 EMA again. Trim, if you're still here, did you trade a lot during the GME and AMC days? Did you trade any of them or no? Futures Trader M, you still not funded? It was either last week or 2 weeks ago. I believe last week I blew my funded account, 2 of them. Now I introspected, reviewed, and I'm back with a lot of evals. Should have 5 funded this week. 4 or 5, somewhere in there. If this trajectory goes now. See if it can continue. Prem says, no, I have never traded small caps. I trade large caps and the NQ only. Man, you did not FOMO into any of those? That had to be so difficult not to trade any of that. It tells me you have great discipline, great willpower. I don't know if that was to your detriment or not, but especially if you did options, you did some option calls on GME, you bought after it went to the highs, then went down to $5 on AMC, or it was like 10, 15. No, it went down to 5 or 8. You bought during that little consolidation for a month, and then it shot to all-time highs, like $60. How long have you been trading for? Half a decade in total. I started during the AMC. Futures trader. I started during the AMC around 2020, 2021. Whenever that was. I've been trading futures for 4 or 5 months now. Future prop firms. There's crypto in between that. Yada yada. Not loving anything right now. May respect this trend line, doubt it. Leading out. Trump is speaking in 12 minutes. NQ down 0.15%. ES almost flat. Nvidia down 0.2. Tesla down 2.8. Google down 0.3. Amazon up 0.2. Microsoft up 1%. Apple up 1.4%. MicroStrategy up 2.7. Bitcoin down 1.4. And that matters because Bitcoin and ES are usually tied, at least of lately. I've noticed where Bitcoin pumps, ES will pump, and Q will pump. Kind of follows that trajectory. Could start long. Hey, Gilbertson. I'm back on lunch. What are you eating today? Hopefully something good. Don't tell me you're a vegan. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, some steak. Not a sandwich. Don't do it. Not a PB&J. Should just keep seeing NASDAQ continue lower. Maybe by tomorrow it'll gap down 300 points, but did you not see the news on Putin and Trump, that phone call? Putin said it went very well. Trump said it went very well. They're closer to negotiations, closer to peace. So everything, even though it bled for the last hour, it's still an uptrend today. It was down, NQ was down 1.5, now almost flat on the day. It's uptrending, closed the gap from Friday. The gap was at 21,506. It closed that. The Trump news pushed it over. That news is very powerful, especially if we get some ripple effect news like tomorrow, later today. Trump speaking in 10 minutes at a bill signing ceremony. Gilbertson, what are you eating, man? What are you eating, man? You guys are enjoying the streams. If you're enjoying the live trades, if you're getting any value, if you're learning what to do, what not to do, subscribe, follow, like the video, hit the notifications. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. for market open EST. Trump is powerful. That is true. Gilbertson, are you not saying what you're eating because you're vegan? Don't do this. I'm in the lunchroom right now. Okay. Not discriminating against vegans, but we all know they're vitamin deficient. Don't at me. Don't at me. They are vitamin deficient. Don't at me. We all know this. We all know these things. Okay. That sandwich is debatable, but it's reasonable. I'm having a turkey sandwich. Reasonable. I can live with it. Not as bad as, you know, tofu or a salad. No, the fake health food. Oh, let me eat this salad and I'll lose, 100 pounds instead of going to the gym. Oh. Instead of going for a walk 30 minutes a day or going for a run or doing, 10 minutes of a workout a day, let me eat this salad. That's also bad for me. Oh. You're streaming for the whole day. Yep. I will be live for another hour. We are 7 minutes away from power hour. I will be live until 4 p.m. I'm liking a potential long. Kind of missed it. I didn't take it because the ES was below the 200-day SMA. It is in the middle of the 100-day MA and the 200-day SMA. EQ 5 minutes curling up like it wants to go higher. I appreciate that, Gilbertson. Hey, you are the OG, man. You and Nathan. A lot of people came through today, but I will remember you guys. Today is my mod day off. Well, today a lot of viewership came through. I'm sure more will come. Slowly grinding, so there's not a lot of mod opportunities to do. I appreciate you though. Slowly getting there. All we gotta do is stay consistent. Could have taken that long. This did. Higher high, higher low. That's a signal for me to go long. It was below the 21 EMA. Probably would have hit it. Entered a trade around here. Above it. Was too busy talking to notice. Nvidia's about to go green. We have the Trump signing ceremony. This is their live stream. That's so bad. Actually, me getting ready. Trump, along with Melania, signed Take It Down bill combating non-sensual deep fakes. But he usually takes questions after that. NQ is popping. May take a short soon. It would be very high risk. Look to take a short around 21,515. It's pulling back now. There's a short opportunity for my strategy around here. And at 21,530. Could buy if it comes down, creates a higher low again. Above this 21 EMA and this pivot point. There's opportunities. Yeah, stuck below the 200-day SMA and 100-day MA. Fed Bostic, we can pull forward actions if trade negotiations pick up. I got the opportunity. Can you stream until 7 p.m. EST? Hope I didn't miss anything. I had a haircut appointment. Not really, not really. Actually, when did you leave? You missed one trade. I went long. Where's this cat? I went along here. It was a little dicey, but made 668 in that account. Now on to the next one. Which one? Hold on. Go to this one. I missed 2 trade opportunities. Really should have been in long here. I was too busy talking. That's one of the problems with streaming, but I'd rather help you guys, connect with you guys than, I mean, it's only 1 trade. Oh no, no FOMO. I do not FOMO anymore. I'm all of the mindset, there is no missed opportunity, only the next one. Now that was a slight lie. There's some FOMO left in me, but mostly I got that out, to be honest. Trump is aware that the deficit is a problem and has a plan to reduce it. It is consolidating right now. Market is waiting for this Trump. Trump should be speaking any minute. He's scheduled at 3 p.m. and it's 1 minute away. You wanna call me out like that, Robert? You think I don't know what that smiley face means? The goal should be to have the level on confidence in your plan where there's no room for FOMO to live. Yep. Also, chest pest, you need to add abundance. You need to have abundance. You also, beyond abundance, need to have clear risk parameters set. I'm willing to blow every account I trade. So most people do not have that set, and then most people are not in abundance, so they're trading their one account that they spent their last money on instead of, you know, making more money and then getting multiple accounts. So if you lose that account, you have no worry, you have no emotional tie to that account. You can move on to the next. Most people do not have abundance, and that is why they have FOMO, they have fear, they have uncertainty. Me, I'm just like, I'll get the next one. I missed that, I'll get the next one. Oh, I'm in here, count blown, rotate. Count blown, rotate. Okay, let me step back a minute. Okay, Apex account. That profit, you know? Gilbertson, I am not trading until 7 p.m. Why would I trade? Market's gonna be closed for, I could play chess. You guys could see me play chess versus AI. I am not that good. 7 p.m. What you trying to do to me, man? I got stuff to do. I got a lot of work to still do. Hey. That's correct. Yep. That is the one mistake I made when I started futures trading. Well, really just trading in general, but I YOLO'd. First AMC trade in 2021 when I was 18. Well, gave out my age there. Okay. Well, I FOMO'd and threw my whole savings account into it and 100%ed it, luckily. That could have went very bad. So I was constantly kind of in abundance. I made the mistake though 4 months ago of only starting with one account, and you're just fine-tuning that account. Oh, I lost here, and as soon as you see that red in that one account, your whole mental is messed up and you start just YOLOing, or you have to walk away because your emotions are too high. That's why the multi-account strategy, I'm still developing it, and I will be coming out of the course. I'm not in love with courses, so it's going to lean towards more educational, like Khan Academy, but not, you know, something better than a course. But I'm also still ironing out details. Like when I blow 2 accounts in a straight line run up, I need to make sure that third account profits enough to make up for them losses. Like certain, yeah, there's just certain fine tuning that needs to happen. Trump is yet to start speaking. We will be watching that when he does. Pretty key. I appreciate you guys saying what's up, stopping by. There is a potential long opportunity here. Is that higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. There is a long opportunity here. Let me just give me a minute. Not liking the NQ 30-minute. Man, this would be extreme risk if I took this long. Trump's about to speak. Also, the RSI and the ES 1 minute is below the MA inside of it. That is a bearish indicator for me. I have not taken a trade in a while though. How much are we up? What is that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 0.5, 7, 7.3K up. Cross 2, 4, 6, 7 accounts. Lost one account, 7 green. Strategy's working. Give it some time. Need to fine tune the profits though. Like when I blew that account, that second account should have made at least 4,500. And then it would have been worth it for me. It's still borderline worth it. I mean, it's still a little green to be honest. 2,600. That account, 6,000, way a little less. It's honestly not bad. Gilbertson, you can always watch the replay. You know? I'm probably going to end stream around 4 p.m. for market close. I got a lot to do. Got to prep for tomorrow's stream. Got to do a lot of stuff. I got to work on that simulator. ES is bouncing. It's ending too long. It was too long. I waited for long enough. There's good support. Done hesitating. We have that pivot point as support at 21,485, down 200, 2 contracts long. It is in this consolidation zone, looking for it to break out. We have the pivot point to the upside at 21,503. We have a pivot point below that, above that, 21,515, down 200, 2 contracts long. I am trade. Okay. I locked in the profit on those 7 accounts. I'm trading a different one. ES pumped up and now is back to testing the 200-day SMA. I will be adding soon. Down 10 points. Down 400, 2 contracts, just giving it some time. I will be adding heavy at this trend line. I also need to check for Trump. Trump is not speaking yet. There's no news. Robert, you can consider this a little FOMO, but I do like this trade. This is not an A+ setup. This is not a B. This is like a D for me. I like how it's ranging. I need to fix this. Yeah, I like this trade. I am willing to blow this account. ES is looking weak. Trump's about to speak. This is very risky. Adding 3 and with 5 counts long. Looking for the bounce off the 21 EMA. Adding more soon. ES is bouncing down. Pulling back, I'm at down 700. 5 contracts long. Adding 3 more. Adding in with 10 contracts long. Looking for the bounce off that pivot point trend line. It is in a range. It should respect that a little bit. Doesn't have to. This account is at risk, which I am already calculated for. Yeah, this is coming down. NQ 5 minutes looking very weak. There's more high risk trade. Down 1,000. Check for Trump. Trump is not speaking yet. ES looks like it wants to come down lower. If it comes lower, I will be full porting this account. Down 1,000, 10 contracts. ES may have found some support. Looking for a quick overtake of this 21 EMA. Looking very weak. Very weak. Gonna be full porting soon. Yeah, NQ trying to bounce off that pivot point. ES coming down. This account is likely gone, so just know that. Full port it. 15 contracts long. Down 1,500. Trading with no fear. ES coming down. This count's likely gone. 2,000 away from blowing. 1,000 away from blowing. 10 points down. Looking for a bounce. Likely not going to get it. The ES is printing lower. NQ 5 minutes printing lower. NQ 30 minutes printing lower. Account's likely gone. I said this was a very high risk trade. I will be stepping in another account. This is a separate account from the 7, so I'm okay with this. ES is bouncing a little bit. Trump has not started speaking yet. Tomatoes here. Oh, okay. Okay. You want to throw tomatoes at me? Okay. Trade hasn't even finished yet. ES is bouncing up. Once we get over the average, I'll be deleveraging. Giving it some room. Come on, retake it. Down 400. 15 contracts long. Account is full ported. Full ported account. It's rejecting off that trend line. ES is coming down below the 200 SMA. This count is not looking good. Not liking this. Hitters. Yeah, boys. I think this count's gone, to be honest. Like 20% chance of survival. See, yeah, Nvidia is negative. If that was green, it would have been 1% up. 2,000 away from blowing. Yes, is finding some support. Maybe all right. We really got to get above this pivot point on the NQ at 21,485. Got to get above that trend line. Has a little bullish momentum right now. Let me see. Trump is not speaking yet. Trump is expected to attend House Republican meeting tomorrow morning. ES is trying to bounce. Not able to find legs yet. Okay, 1,000 away from blowing. Ready to step in another count. Good start. Down 3,000, 15 contracts long. ES is coming down, account's about to blow. Unless it's fake and they're sending it higher. Could be manipulation on NQ, doubt it. Looking very weak. Yeah, account's gone. And count am I rotating to? And ready to step in another count. We are 10 points down. A little bounce. Not loving it. Trump is still not speaking. And gone. And with 5 contracts long on the second count, I position with 5, so I have enough. I will be adding more when it hits the low over here. Up 60, up 80, down 300, down 400. And with 11. A little more. Out 3, I need to hold on to some to make up for that loss. Out 2, I need more. A little more. Out with 1 more. Holding 5. Holding 5, I need to look at the chart. ES is bouncing. Okay, I'm gonna give this some room. My up. This count is up 1,200 only count. Out with 1 more. Holding 4. ES is bouncing. I like that. 5 minutes looking all right. Need the ES to keep going. Out with 1 more. Come on, spike, 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 spike. Oh, don't do it. Don't you do it. We're up 1,200 in the account so far. Want more. Only 3 contracts long on the second account. ES looks so weak. I do not like this. That's 2 accounts blown on the day. Still up. Okay. Alright, I'm liking this a lot more. And right back down. Let's see what Trump's doing. Trump is not speaking yet. Okay. Trump tweet. Okay, I'm liking the potential for a bounce. ES is looking weak. That's holding it back a little bit. Bounce up to the pivot point. Don't do it. Looks like it wants to come lower. Good take out. I'm up 1,000 the account. I want more. Could put a stop. Man, ES is looking so weak right now. Okay. Yeah, we're getting a little bounce. And right back down. May have to cut those. Get the indicators. Yeah. I'm cutting it. Made 922. That is not enough to make up for that loss. We are technically all right because all the other counts are green. Let's do a review. Started a long count was up. We're in with 8, 9, 3, 4. All right, we're just gonna have to do this. We started long, expecting it to break for this resistance, test this pivot point. It ended up falling below the consolidation and then didn't really get enough of a bounce off the 21 EMA, or I think we did. I could have took profit there. Held expecting the break of the pivot point. It fell below and breaking through this pivot point, testing this trend line, breaking through the trend line, testing the trend line again. Could have been out here again. And then lost the account here, stepped in another account, and then profited 922 in that account. It would have been worth it if we got at least 1,000 more. Needed 1,000 more for that account blown to be worth it. Really aim for at least 2,500, 2,500, 4,500 to make it 100% worth it. All hindsight, could have full ported here. I don't worry about hindsight. I trade and adapt. The ES is just slowly grinding down. Look at this. I honestly expected a little more bounce here. Would have been out. It just kept grinding down. It's all right. Still green for the day. Still all right for this strategy. Get more accounts. It's all good. We are the true strategy. I actually messed up there. The true strategy is to let that second account go and profit the target amount, and then if that account blows, step into Apex. I got caught up in the trade. These still refining these little details. ES is bouncing. What platform are you using? The Take Profit. I will have a link soon. I applied for it. The Take Profit Trader. 150k accounts I use, and then if I rotate to a Apex 300k account if I blow 2 of those. I like that strategy because the 300k is 7,500 drawdown and up to 35 contracts. So if those 2 accounts blow, it leaves me a lot of room. So I'm not going to beat myself up for this that much. I'll introspect a little bit off stream. But to be honest, it's coming into the latter half of the day. Made a couple mistakes. Still made 922. So I'll look at it off stream. Pretty much did the analysis though. I mean, it perfectly bounced off this. Could have predicted a retest. All kind of hindsight though. Let's watch this Trump Melania thing.
Do something, and she did something about it with the help of a lot of the people, especially the political people sitting here today. Among Melania's guests in the gallery during my address to the joint session of Congress was a 15-year-old young person, Elliston Berry, whose image was turned into an illicit deepfake by a peer. Elliston, where are you? Are you around? Stand up, darling. That's fine. Beautiful. Great. Thank you. It's fantastic. Ellison quickly became a powerful advocate committed to preventing other girls from suffering the same abuse. Elliston, we salute you and we thank you very much, and it's an honor to have you with us today. Great job you've done. Also with us are several other brave Americans whose lives were rocked by online harassment, including Francesca Manny, as well as a South Carolina State Representative, Brandon Guffey, and his family, who've lost their son to suicide after he was targeted in an internet extortion scam, of which you have a lot of them. A lot. I want to thank you both for your incredible work and to reach this important day. Could you stand up, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job.
There's so much of life that's uncontrollable. I mean, imagine losing your son to that.
To have you here. Because there's no place like the White House, I found out. You know, you have a lot of places, and I just left some of the richest places, and we loved them, and they gave us a nice contribution of about $5 trillion, but this is a special place. Even they talk about it, so it's great to have everybody here. Under the law, I will sign in just a moment. Anyone who intentionally distributes explicit images without the subject's consent will face up to 3 years in prison. In addition, this law establishes new civil liabilities for online platforms that refuse to take these images down promptly upon request. We will not tolerate online sexual exploitation, and especially it's gone on at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's getting worse and worse, and I think this is going to hopefully stop it. And not easy to do. People talked about all sorts of First Amendment, Second Amendment. They talked about any amendment they could make up, and we got it through because of some very brave people, including some very brave politicians in the audience. I want to thank the bill sponsor, Senator Ted Cruz. Ted, stand up, please.
There's nothing we're missing on the NQ right now. It's just slowly grinding down, no volatility.
Very effective person. And Congresswoman Maria Salazar, friend of mine, thank you.
We are 30 minutes into Power Hour. We have 30 minutes left.
For their amazing work, and thanks also to the 99 senators and 408 members of Congress.
There is a trade I will
in
switch.
Favor of the bill. Wow, I wish we could get that vote from other things. We have another bill coming up. Do you think we'll get that vote? Maybe not. We should, but we probably won't. But working with our First Lady, we've shown that bipartisanship is still possible. That's true. With 99 senators, that's incredible. Senators, stand up. Look at that. John, you're here. Look at all of the senators. This is big stuff. I'm in trouble because I don't have your names. They didn't give me these names. We have so many. We have half of the Senate here. Now they're all going to hate me because I can't introduce you. Oh, we don't have the time for that. I have to get back to Putin and people. But thank you very much for being here, all of you, and congressmen, a lot of them, and women. Working with our First Lady, though, we've shown that bipartisanship is possible. I mean, it's the first time I've seen such a level of bipartisanship, and it's a beautiful thing to do. I'm not even sure you realize, honey, you know, a lot of the Democrats and Republicans don't get along so well. You've made them get along, and she didn't even know about that. She didn't know we had a problem. She didn't know we had a problem. She got it. But I want to thank you, honey. You've done amazing that this was done when you started it. I said, I don't know, it sounds like a tough one, and yet a very important one, and you got it done. So I congratulate you, and I congratulate Ted, Maria, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll sign the bill. Thank you.
Trump is signing the takedown bill. He may answer questions at the end of this. No real trade to take on NQ, just being patient. Hey, Mr. Silver. How are you doing? We are just waiting for a trade now. NQ, ES, just consolidating, very low volatility. ATR is at 13. Trump is signing the takedown bill. He usually answers questions.
I might sign it anyway. She deserves to sign. Okay, there we have it. There we are. That's a big one.
I actually don't have a problem with that. I don't know the legalities
Thank you very much, everyone. And you have some pens here. You most
on
important.
her signing that, but it's her bill, so I don't mind it.
Seen that before.
Also, it doesn't even matter to me.
Dear Pamela, take that.
How are you doing, Mr. Silver? Are you profitable? Are you trading? You learn a lot today? Just tuning in to see if it's something you want to do, trading. Little intermission right now. I have a feeling we're gonna have a little, maybe 1 or 2 trade opportunities after this. Fund it with Funder Pros and the 5%ers. I heard of the 5%ers. I have not heard of Funder Pro. Pop up your live stream. What do you mean?
Until the President and the First Lady has departed the Rose Garden. Thank you.
All right. I don't even know if I can do that. I'm multi-streaming on like 7 platforms right now. I don't know if that's possible. NQ is bouncing. Turn this off. This back on. Loud. All right, that is it. Next is 4:30. Trump at law enforcement event. All right. Yes, trying to bounce, coming down now. I am using the 150K accounts on Take Profit Trader, and then I'm using the Apex 300K accounts. How do I do that? Yeah, I don't think I can. I didn't start the stream from my phone. I also have no idea how to do that. All right, we are looking for some more trades. You guys are enjoying the stream. If you're gaining value, if you're learning what to do, what not to do, especially that was kind of a mistake. Not really. I still profited. 922 in the account. Blue 1. Make sure you follow, subscribe, like the channel, comment, say what's up. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. for market open. I will be live tomorrow. And I'll see you guys there. Get a couple more trades. We have 27 minutes left in power hour. Let's see if we can get some power, especially from the 350 algorithm. Hey, first time here. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Jay Nash. Thanks for saying what's up. Hopefully you're trading. Hopefully you're green. Hopefully you made some money. ES is popping up. I'm liking those. I'm liking this. So far rejecting the 21 EMA. May not give us a trade. I am looking probably for one more trade. I would like more if the opportunity presents. I also do not want to overtrade, do not want to FOMO, so. How long have you been trading? Half a decade. I started during the AMC, all that craze. I've been trading future prop firms for around 4 to 5 months. Started streaming it 12 days ago. Just started learning and still have a lot to learn. Jay Nash, I have something coming for brand new traders. I'm building a simulation. Now it seems like you're already trading, so you might not need it, but this is going to be for brand new beginners to see if they want to do it. Testing their skills in the market, seeing if they're able to pass accounts. I have a working version of that simulator. Just need to fine tune a couple things. Should be ready by Monday. If you want, on Monday, you can come in on the stream next Monday and you can be one of the first beta testers. Maybe, I don't know how I can do that live on stream, but maybe we do a Discord call. I don't know. That's probably going to be a little scuffed. Plus, you guys may not want to be on stream, so may have to be private. NQ tapped that pivot point at 21,485, 83 I meant. Okay, come back Monday. I should have it done. I don't want to say 100%, but I'll give you guys something. If you guys are not able to test it, I will at least show it on stream and you guys can, I'll like do a demo and you guys can give feedback in the chat. Worst case, I'm hoping to have it all done, but I'll at least present it on Monday. So. That's the first software that's to come. I have a risk software. I have just so much stuff that's coming, so stay tuned, stay tuned. This is not just going to be an empty, you know, no value trading, you know, social media account. ES is falling, NQ is right behind it. NQ 30 minutes looking terrible. NQ 5 minutes looking weak. Probably, man, it's hard to say. Looking for one more trade before the day ends. We blew May have only been 2 counts. I'm gonna say 3. Blue 3 counts to make 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, almost 8,500, 75, 8,500 across 2, 4, 6, 8 accounts. Blue 2 or 3 to make that. This is realistic. This is not no guru, no, oh, I made $10,000. I mean, that may be in the future, but definitely not realistic. Now on the Apex 300K, that is possible. So, and if you go super high risk, like you do 10 contracts, you just full port the accounts like instantly, then you get that lucky little spike up. Then that's possible. What time you start? I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. I will be live tomorrow. Then I live stream on all accounts. I post 3 shorts a day, 2 in the morning before market open. 1 I'll post 4:30, 5 p.m. today. I have no idea how to say your name. I'm not talking, I'm this guy. I'm gonna butcher it, so I'm just gonna say hi back. Unless you wanna tell me the pronunciation. Snare or... I have no idea. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are in the tail end of the day. 20 minutes until market close, 10 minutes until the 350 algorithm. We may get 1 opportunity, may get none. Just gotta wait and see. Thanks, Robert. I said before I do this, I don't know if you caught it, but I would not be one of these traders who didn't offer value. I plan to offer value, and if I'm not doing that, why am I doing this? I can just trade on my own privately. Get rid of these trend lines. I've been preoccupied, haven't been doing the boxes. So far, stop it. So far, it's just consolidating. ATRs at 14. No real trade to take. ES is coming down. It's below the 200-day SMA, below the 100-day MA. Could spike down and go to this VWAP. The NQ VWAP is at 21,365. It's testing a pivot point right now. We have a slight pivot point on the NQ at I like this pivot point, 21,445 to the downside. To the upside, there's a pivot point at 21,483. It's always fun and interactive to trade with someone and very educational as well. New to your show, Norman. Welcome. We are in the tail end, Norman. And thank you, Robert. I hope I can offer you guys some value. You can learn something. You can learn what not to do. That's almost more important. What not to trade, when not to trade, what not to do. This strategy is a little, like, it's high risk than other strategies. Like a strategy right here would be to buy, say, let's buy 1 contract, put a stop on the lows. You'll get wicked through, you'll get stopped, most likely. If you're lucky, it'll go higher. Every time I've done that strategy, I get stopped out. Like, bam, would have been stopped. See? Would have been stopped out on this wick. You put it onto the lows, or you put the stop here, you gain here, you would have been up. You gotta trade very specific. Norman, I am live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST. Come join tomorrow, or don't. We are looking for one more trade. 7 minutes until 350 algorithm. Looking for the trade. J Nash says, I have TradeFi but been trying to set up a Ninja Trader account for like 3 weeks now, so just using plus 500. Ever heard of that one? I have not heard of plus 500. I am currently, what you see is Ninja Trader. I'm gonna eventually do an account tutorial. I mean, I'm gonna have that affiliate link for Take Profit and all the other prop firms soon. I'm gonna start with Take Profit. And I will, below that link to the Take Profit, I will have a video tutorial eventually. It may not happen right away. There may be just the affiliate link for a while, but I plan to have a tutorial on how to use the account, how to get the account, how to set up the account, and then I'm sure I'm going to do one on Ninja Trader, how to set everything up, what plugins you need, etc. There's already YouTube videos, so you don't have to wait for me. You can look up, you know, how to set up a Ninja Trader account. They're all decent. They're not terrible. Do you have any of those Adderalls for sale? This is 100% me. No Adderall. No, I don't eat sugar. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. Could throw in too long. I am 100% just clean. I eat meat, fruit, honey. Drink a gallon of water a day. Work out, run. I'm training for the... I shouldn't say this because it may not come to fruition, but I'm training for the 2028 Olympics for running. That is a little delusional. I'm putting in the miles. May not happen. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm well aware that is insane. So, especially while trading. Thanks, Josh. Thanks. I need to start filming that though. At least like get my David Goggins on, you know? I got some rants. Some inspirational shit to say. It just comes to my mind randomly. I need to get a GoPro though. Cause the best clip, like last week when it was thunderstorming out, pouring down rain, lightning was striking, I was out running 2 miles. During all of that, getting drenched. That would have been the perfect video and short. Good luck, Norman says. Thank you, man. It may not come to fruition, but I'm throwing it out there. I'm putting in the miles. I have not done any qualifications. There's 3 years before I need to do that. I need to get a weight training vest. I need to start doing certain exercises in the gym. And I need to start testing for speed, deciding which, like, do I want to run 100 meter? I may get to the first qualifications or first race and realize, what the hell am I doing? Like, these guys are so, like, just more advanced. Like, what's the point? But for now, I'm going head first. I'm just going. I can run about 18 miles per hour. That's the, I measured that last year though. I sprinted full, had a mile per hour app on my phone, hit 18 miles per hour. Fastest. Them guys are running at like 23 or 27 miles per hour. NQ is popping up. ES is popping up. ES is about to hit the 200-day SMA. Same with the NQ. We are 2 minutes away from the 350 algorithm. I am from the US, the eastern part of the US. Let me check for news. NQ did just break out through that pivot point. The U.S. Treasury is not particularly concerned about the Moody downgrade of the U.S. credit rating. Okay. There's basically nothing. 1 minute until the 350 algorithm. It usually provides, may not provide anything today, but usually provides something. I'm liking a potential long. The ES is trying to get above the 200-day SMA. 5 minutes breaking out. A little late to join. Limitless Mindset. Thank you for the subscription. We are in the tail end of this trading day. Looking for one more. About to be in. We are in the 350 algorithm. It's spiked up. Giving it a minute. Should have short it. Should have short it. Giving it a minute. What account am I in? Ooh, almost trade that. That would have been a mistake. Nah. Alright, let's go to this one. Okay, I am ready. That could be it though. We are 10 minutes away from close. Everything is looking bullish. Where am I going to? Okay. NQ is at the highs of the previous day. We have a pivot point. It's testing a pivot point now at 513. There's a pivot point at 528. Really could start a short. Yes, it's coming down. Oof. That would have been an easy 15 points. I hesitated. I really thought it was going to push for this previous week Thursday high at 528. Josh, you think it's worth it because of losing a lot, but think it's because I barely know what I'm doing. I've heard of Project X before, Josh. I know, doesn't Tradeify or Top Step use that? May be wrong. 8 minutes until market closes. Smart thing to do here would be call it. Don't force the trade. That would be the intelligent thing to do. ES is bouncing off the 200-day SMA. Q about to reclaim that pivot point. That short would have been beautiful. Would have only been like $200 though. Nothing really missed. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No FOMO, no over trading, waiting for your setup. It went up 30 points. Usually I'm in short, especially on that quick volatility spike like it did. Missed it. It already pulled back around 10 points. I would like to get at that high. I was waiting for it to pump up to that Thursday last week high at 529. If it would have did it on this second candle hit here, I would have definitely been in short. Not really liking this. It's stuck in this consolidation zone after pumping 30 points. Quick volatility on the 350 algorithm. The first 3-4 minutes of the algorithm's usually the most volatile. Then it just slowly dies out. Does look like it wants to pop up. ES is popping up. NQ 5 minutes popping up. I am done trading for today. I'm not FOMOing. I'm not over trading. Smart thing to do is calling it. That's exactly what I'm doing. I will be commentating over this though. This could pump up to 21,530. Could drop down to this high consolidation and there. Just waiting to see what it does. 5 minutes until market closes. Now, I did say I was done. If this goes up 100 points quickly or down 100 points quickly, I'm immediate. You will see an immediate buyers or short for me. So it could always flip. I love trading the extreme. So most people are scared when that happens. That's exactly when I act. No fear, full abundance, don't care. I would love for that to happen right now. I am definitely not risk adverse. So if you are scared, you should honestly surround yourself by me, because I am just not scared in those moments. We are 4 minutes away from market close. ES is consolidating above the 200-day SMA, looking a little bullish. NQ is consolidating above the 21,505 pivot point, and this pivot point is kind of valid. The 21,515 pivot point. It is bouncing, trying to break through this trend line, so that is valid. Bitcoin is down 0.8% on the day. NQ slightly green, 0.03%, so basically flat. Same with the ES. Nvidia flat on the day, 0.01% up. The VIX is up 5% today. Google up 0.1%. Tesla down 2.3%. Microsoft up 1%. Amazon up 0.2%. ES is breaking out a little bit. Not quick enough for me to join. Rather just stay out 3 minutes until market open. If you're in long, congrats. If you took that short on that quick volatility pump, hopefully you put a stop. Hopefully you secured some. You are in some pain right now. You are probably, if you're doing my strategy, you're blowing the account about now. You're adding the second one. You gotta trade your own conviction. You gotta not FOMO. You gotta not overtrade. There are no opportunities missed, only the next one. You need that mindset. Meta's flat on the day. Apple's down 1.2%. MicroStrategy's up 3.3%. They bought a lot of Bitcoin during the past week. A lot. They are stacked up. We are 2 minutes away from market close. It probably not going to go very far. Probably stuck between this 30-40 point range. Palantir is down 2.5%. GameStop down 2%. Alibaba down 0.4%. Avgo, I forget the name. What is that? Broadcom 0.7% up. AMD down 2%. QCOM up 0.7%. AMD up 0.7%. NQ going nowhere real quick. Alright, so ending the day up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.2k up, 3 accounts lost, profited in 2, 4, 6, 8 accounts, 8.2k, not bad. Should have made a little more, little fine tuning left to do in this strategy. I need to make sure when the account blows, I profit more on the backup accounts. We are 30 minutes away, 30 seconds away from market close. ES is pumping up. NQ 30 minute looking very nice. NQ 5 minute pumping up. May end at this pivot point. May go to the high of day. The high of day is at 21,544. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. I'm expecting a gap down tomorrow unless some Trump news comes out. He is speaking at 7 p.m. at a dinner. He has at 4:30 speaking. Market is closed officially. So I'm expecting a gap down of at least 200 points, 300 points. If Trump or Putin, any of that news comes out, any trade deals, we could be dealing with a gap up. But for now on this news, I'm expecting a gap down of around 200 points tomorrow. We will see. I will be live tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. Make sure you follow, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, turn on the notifications. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for saying what's up. I'll see you tomorrow, Norman. Thank you for your kind words. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.